Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, June 1st, 2026. It is 9 a.m. All council members are present, including the town manager, deputy town manager, town attorney, and town clerk. If you'll please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we gather today here on this first day of hurricane season, let us remember both the beauty and vulnerability of our island home and keep our residents, visitors, first responders, and all who care for this island safe. May we come together not just as neighbors, but as a family, supporting one another with kindness, strength, and unity through every challenge we may face. And may the discussions and decisions made here today be guided by wisdom, respect, and a shared commitment to the well-being of Fort Myers Beach and everyone who calls it home. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amy, I think what you meant to say is just the first day of June. Just teasing. There you go.
My anniversary.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda or any changes?
Move as printed.
A motion by Counselor King,
Second.
second by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Amy,
I have nobody signed up.
is there anyone who'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. First thing we have is a presentation. It's a 2025 Consumer Confidence Report for the water. Mr. Town Manager, who's leading that?
Vanessa is going to come up and give us that update.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa. I'm the Utilities Compliance Coordinator here at the town. And today I'm going to briefly discuss the 2025 Consumer Confidence Report. This report is an annual report that all community water systems have to send out to the residents every year. And a community water system serves at least 15 service connections used by at least 25 year-round residents, which we have here. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about where our water is sourced, some background information, test results, and some additional health information. Next slide. So where we get our water from Lee County Utilities. Next slide, please. Our water is purchased mostly from the Green Meadows plant. The Green Meadow plant treats groundwater obtained from the sandstone, superficial, and lower Hawthorne aquifers. It is taken from the wells, treated with reverse osmosis and ionic exchange. The water is then blended with the Corkscrew water plant. They get their water as well from the sandstone, superficial, and lower Hawthorne aquifers. This water is lime softened, chlorinated, and disinfected, and then blended with the Green Meadows treatment. RO systems are pressure-driven filtration processes. Ion exchange removes unwanted ions and replaces them with desirable ions, so it softens the water. And lime softening removes hardness by dissolved calcium and magnesium ions. Next slide, please. Some background information. Next slide, please. If you have any questions concerning this report, you can always just give us a call or email us. We'll be happy to give you any information that we have. We routinely monitor for contaminants in the drinking water according to federal and state laws, rules, and regulations. In this report, the data is from January 1st to December 31st of 2025. And some of the data is a little old, but it is what is the closest testing we have. Not everything is required to be tested every year. Lee County participates in the SWAP program, which is Source Water Assessment. It basically just tests all their wells. The link below, you can click on that and you can look at every well that they have and what they scale from low to moderate concern. Most of their wells are on the low concern side. And then if you have any questions, you can reach out to Andrea. She works for the county. Next slide, please. Sources of drinking water. Rivers, lakes, streams, ponds, reservoirs, springs, and wells. As water travels down through the ground over the surface, it dissolves naturally occurring minerals and can pick up substances from animals and humans. These can be inorganic contaminants such as salts and metals. It could be pesticides and herbicides from agriculture and urban stormwater, organic chemicals, and some radioactive contaminants can be naturally occurring. Next slide. And now we'll talk about some of the test results. Next slide, please. First, we'll talk about radioactive contaminants, or RADs. These are in the water from erosion of natural deposits. Corkscrew and Green Meadows tested for these, so Lee County tested for these. We have alpha emitters in radium-226 and 228. Both plants were under the MCL, which is the maximum containment level, which is very good. Next slide, please. We have our
Vanessa,
inorganic.
before you move on, just a quick question about that. It says that the testing date was from 6 years ago. Is there any newer data
Yes.
than that? Or
Yes.
when do they test?
So
How often do they test?
for RADs, you can certain utilities and community systems can do waivers. So where if their testing is low enough, they can skip. Usually it's a 3-year cycle. So they're on a 6-year cycle. So they're probably testing for it this year. The 2025 report is we can only test from last year since we're still in 2026. So they probably have a waiver for RADs.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. We have inorganic contaminants. This is split into two. So this one shows arsenic, barium, and cyanide. Again, these are from 2023. This is the most recent testing we have. They'll test in 2026. So this year they'll test again. All three of these are below the MCL, and 2 of them had no results, which is great. Next slide, please. We have fluoride, nitrate, nitrite, selenium, and sodium. Nitrate and nitrite are tested annually. So these are the most recent data we have for 2025. And these are also under the MCL. Nitrite, we had 0.014, and nitrate, we had 0.013. And the MCL was 10 and 1. So very, very low results. Next slide, please. Stage 1 disinfectant byproducts. This is chlorine. So we do the chlorine testing here on the beach. Our minimum is 0.6 and our max is 0.4 to DEP ruling. Our range of results was 0.9 to 4.2. So we are right in that spot, which is what we need to be. Next slide, please. Our stage 2 disinfectant byproducts, these are TTHMs and HA5s. We test for these quarterly ourselves. HA5s are a group of 5 disinfectant byproducts. These occur when chlorine is used to disinfect drinking water. It reacts naturally with organic matter. They are colorless and evaporate out of the water into the air. Same for TTHMs. These are just one group, and they're the same. They occur naturally with organic matter. Like I said, we test quarterly, so our range of results here for HAA5s was 10 to 20.2. The max is 60. And then for TTHMs, our range was 16 to 23.7, and the max is 80. Next slide, please. Lead and copper. We sample for lead and copper every 3 years. The last time we tested was in 2024. We sampled 44 sites here on the island. We had 2 hits of lead that were just in the 90th percentile. None of them were above the action level. Both houses were older than 1969, and lead solder was banned in 1986. So it was probably just internal plumbing in their houses.
So You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Mhm.
So we're actually, these two test sites were actual people's homes?
One of them was the Mound House, which we have, so there's 3 levels when we do lead and copper. We have to find the oldest houses or property on the, in our system. So that would be tier 3. So Mound House, every time we test lead and copper, is a site that we have to test because it's one of the oldest we have here on the island. And then the other house, like I said, that was built before, or built in 1969. So it was before the lead solder was banned. So that's probably why it.
But it doesn't impact the facility as a whole, the water supply as a whole. It's
No,
just
because
in
it's,
those.
yes, so we drop the jugs off with instructions every time we do lead and copper. They take it into their house. There's instructions on how to sample. So all the sampling we do for lead and copper is internal inside that resident's house. And then we pick up those samples the next day and take them to the lab. So it has nothing to do with our distribution system. It's always inside.
Our quality is fine then. Thank you.
Any other questions? Next slide, please. UCMR 4, Lee County did this. It's a regulation by EPA that requires monitoring for 30 chemical contaminants. These contaminants include metals, pesticides, and other substances that do not have existing regulatory standards. They just told us we have to put this on a report, so they tested for it. And we have to let our residents know as well. Next slide, please. And then I'll quickly talk about some additional health information. Next slide, please. Okay, so the lead in the drinking water is primarily from minerals and components associated with service lines and home plumbing. We are responsible for providing the highest quality drinking water and removing lead pipes, but cannot control the variety of materials used in your home. If you have any concerns about lead in your house, you can always just give us a call. We'll be happy to do some more testing to minimize your exposure. Drinking water, including bottled water, may reasonably be expected to contain at least some amounts of small contaminants. These presence of contaminants does not necessarily indicate that the water poses a health risk. More information could be calling. The EPA has a drinking water hotline that you can call. I have the number there on the report. You can call them if you have any questions. And then if you, please do not flush your unused or unwanted medications down the toilet. That is a big no-no. There is a link that we are required to give out to residents, and that's also included on the report as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. And do you have any questions?
Councilor McLean, any questions for Vanessa?
No, thank you very much. Your explanation of why lead was found in strictly a couple of the oldest homes was really, really helpful. And I think it alleviated a concern I had, which was where is the testing done, and the fact that it's being done in the house and it's not the source of the water, but it's actually picking up the contamination as it travels in through the residents' plumbing was very helpful, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Link?
Yes, no, the only thing I was looking out for was fluoride had changed this past year or two.
Yes.
So it looks like it's not an issue though, so that should be comforting.
Yes, I think they took it out in 2025, I believe. So that would be reflected
In these
let's see
latest
here, in
results. Yeah, so that was good to see.
Yes.
That's it, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Yeah, that was my question. So they've now taken fluoride out of the water.
Yes, Lee County has taken fluoride completely
Okay.
out of their drinking water.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilor King?
No further questions. You did a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
And this will be posted for residents to see?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, will.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have local achievements and recognitions. The first thing we have is a proclamation for Court Enforcement Officers Week. Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation, whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of citizens of their communities through the enforcement of building, zoning, housing, fire safety, environmental, and other codes and ordinances. And whereas code enforcement officers play a vital role in protecting lives, improving neighborhoods, and enhancing the quality of life within the community. And whereas assisted by support and program staff, code enforcement officers strive each day to provide quality customer service and achieve compliance for a betterment of the community. And whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated, highly trained public servants who take pride in serving their department and local government. And whereas the town of Fort Myers Beach Emergency Services Division's code enforcement officers are committed to elevating the quality of life for our neighborhoods by enforcing non-criminal town ordinances, codes, and regulations. And whereas the Florida Association of Code Enforcement, FACE, annually designates the first week of June as Code Enforcement Officer Week to recognize the valuable contributions of code enforcement officers throughout the state of Florida. Now, therefore, be it be proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, that the week of June 1st through June 7th, 2026 is hereby recognized as Code Enforcement Officers Week, given under my hand in the seal of the office of mayor this 1st of June, 2026. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We get
Yes.
Mayor, while they're coming up, can I just make a comment or two? I get the pleasure of working with these staff members, and I will tell you that they are dedicated. They do get some grief from, residents who are not in compliance, but they also get a little bit of grief from me. But over the course of time that I've worked with them, there has just been phenomenal improvements. And I did want to take this opportunity to recognize them and appreciate the work that they do and working with me.
Very good.
Thank you, Nancy. I also want to say it's a pleasure to work with these great, code officers and Michael Hauserman, our code manager, every day. I agree with Nancy. They've done a tremendous job and really come a long way over the last months to improve operations. And really, they're here for public safety. They're really to help our property owners and our residents come into compliance. And the reason is for public safety. I've seen them on numerous occasions help our property owners and residents come into compliance. They do that much more than they enforce code. They're really a benefit to the town. So, Michael, did you have anything you wanted to say? If so, please step to the mic.
Michael to the mic.
Just don't drop the mic.
I first want to thank the council for recognizing my staff and code enforcement as well as management team. My staff goes above and beyond every day to protect the town and its residents and visitors and overall the safety of the community. So thank you for your appreciation and thank you for this proclamation.
Come on up. Let's take a
Mike.
photo with
Absolutely.
council. Everybody, up on the dais, you guys.
Not you, Scott.
Smiling faces. Look at you guys. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, Councilor King, we'll start with you.
Well, they probably don't want to hear about it, but I want to recognize Dawn and Mike Miller, just two amazing people for all they do for this island. And then with their recent acquisition of the church across from the beach school, their investment in this island is just overwhelming at times to me, but very much sincere and heartfelt thank you to them.
Oh, he's stealing my thunder. Yes, kudos to the Millers. That Joe Boo Fest was fantastic, and knock on wood, it's going to work this year again. So I want to thank them for all they do for the community. It's really, it's amazing what they do.
Councilor Link?
Yes. So I wrote a little something. I want to make sure I say this properly. So I want to recognize the town staff, the Turtle Time volunteers, the contractors, and the residents who continue working together as we balance our restoration and our environmental protection. The timing isn't always perfect, but there are some concerns to address. But what I appreciate is everybody's working together for the things that we all love. So everyone's advocating, but they're also working together. And I want to thank everyone for that. That's it.
Councilor McLean?
I just want to jump on what everybody was saying about the Millers and their contribution to this island. It's really quite amazing to see. I'm looking forward to the fireworks. I had a great time at Jobu Fest, and here's to the sacrifice of rum working once more. Thanks again.
Yeah, I piggyback on everybody's comments about the Millers and Jobu Fest. Unfortunately, last minute, my life changed and I had to go do what I have to do, so I wasn't able to make it, but it sounds like it was a great event. Also want to thank Representative Botana, Tom and Mary Torgerson, Brian and Don Thomas and TPI Group for hosting a legislative information this last week with very busy Representative Botana, who's obviously back up in Tallahassee with the property tax reform. It was enlightening. There was a lot of good questions, a lot of hard questions, but he's always been an advocate for ours. He's brought a lot of money to our community, specifically the town of Fort Myers Beach over the last 4 years. So thank him for taking the time to do that. Other than that, I have nothing else. Next, we have advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. Jim, are you here on behalf of anyone to?
No, just Charter. I want to make sure it slows down.
Got it. There's no one else. Next is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? I don't think we have any minutes, so there's nothing to approve. Next is the consent agenda. We have 3 state of emergencies. First is resolution 26-107 through 26-111 for the extension of local emergency tropical storm Debbie. Next is resolutions 26-112 through 26-116 for the extension of local emergency for Hurricane Helene. And last is resolutions 26-117 through 26-121 for the extension of local emergency for Hurricane Milton. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Good motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Link. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, there's nothing been removed from the consent agenda, which brings us to our public hearings. The first is resolution 26-094 for variance VAR 202-60011 for 1161 and 1165 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving with conditions denying variance 202-60011, requesting for a variance from LDC section 34-676A to multiply the parking requirements by 0% and allow 100% reduction in parking requirements where a maximum percentage of 67% is multiplied with parking requirements to allow a 33% parking reduction by right from properties in the downtown zoning for the property located at 1161 and 1165 Estero Boulevard, generally referred to as strap numbers 19-46-24-W4-0150E.0010 in Fort Myers Beach, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
As council members are aware, the variance is quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that this part of our public hearing today comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So our quasi-judicial proceeding will be less formal than a proceeding before circuit court, but it will be a little more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we're going to follow basic standards of due process that requires certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and that your decision be made on competent and substantial evidence presented to you today, either in written documents or through oral testimony. Your responsibility today is to evaluate the testimony and the information for this item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in your land development code or state law has been satisfied. So speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating this agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal information. Your decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained or the tie vote, there is the opportunity for an alternative motion to be made. With that said, If you intend to speak, anyone who's in the audience, please keep my comments in mind. And when you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in and your qualifications or interest in this matter. So for purposes of efficiency, I'd like to go ahead and ask the town clerk, has this agenda item been properly noticed?
Yes, it has been.
And is there any council member who has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on this agenda item?
Mr. McLean?
No conflict.
Mrs. Link?
No conflict.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I do have a conflict, and I've filled out the Form 8B
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
record. I manage the rental properties at 1165, so this decision may affect my business in one way or other. So, and I'm just going to recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you for that disclosure. So at this time, if there's anyone present,
Hold on. Counselor King, any conflicts?
The chop liver at the end has no conflicts.
Well, I'm right on the same plate. I do not either.
okay, so we do have 4 people voting on this, just so you know.
Yes.
Okay, so at this time, if there's anyone present, including the applicant who intends to provide testimony regarding this matter, if you would please stand at this time, raise your right hand and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Oh,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Ex parte.
All right. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom this communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
Nothing.
Counselor Link?
I have one question about observations of the site, and just for clarification, it says 1161 and 1165. It could be Google, but when you Google 1161, it is across the street. Is there an error there, or maybe Google's made a mistake?
So I don't know that I can answer that fully as to whether or not Google is wrong. It wouldn't be the first time.
Come on, you're qualified.
The data that we have and the data that we hew to largely comes from Lee Property Appraiser. And we use that as our sort of lodestone for what data is available out there. 1161 and 1165 on LIPA are associated just with this corner lot.
Thank you for that clarification.
Very well.
Counselor McLean?
No.
I had a brief conversation with Mr. Richard. I don't remember what day it was, a couple days ago, but it was basically just informing me that it was due to public safety as to why he's requesting this variance. So it was very brief, but I don't remember the exact date, but that was the extent of the conversation. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? But Kara, you've already been qualified, so. Correct. Unless you want to be qualified again. Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff? Yes, they have. Okay. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner here with community development for the town. Before you today is a variance request for 1161, 1165 Estero Boulevard. The request, they are asking to reduce the minimum parking. Currently, they are eligible for a 67% parking, and they're looking to reduce that down to 0 requirement. So that's the thrust of what their variance request is today. Before you is the request for the building, which is an existing building. It did exist pre-storm. The building itself is approximately 5,400 square feet. It's mixed use, so you've got rental units on the upper floors, and you've got retail and office use down on the lower floor. I believe currently it's being used by a contractor's office. The The discussion before LPA, I think from staff's perspective, also largely had to do with our concerns about backing up into Estero, which is the current way that you would leave those parking spaces that are on the site. It's the way that the design has been for as long as I've been here and going back seemingly since the construction of the building itself. They do currently have parking elsewhere to satisfy their minimum parking requirements, which I believe was mentioned previously to be 8 parking spaces. So they do provide the parking spaces on site, including 1 ADA space, and the rest of the spaces, I believe, are being provided out of a secondary lot. And so they're split up, but that is allowed to happen because those parking spaces are within 750 feet of each other. Under today's code, that would be one of the minimum requirements. So as far as staff is concerned, the building is working seemingly as intended. Our recommendation for the request for variance was for denial, simply based on the fact that we cannot really determine whether this is the minimum necessary to accomplish what they're trying to do. Again, staff's perspective on this is that while we don't necessarily like the back out of the spaces onto Estero, as people are forced to do right now, that the building seems to work with what exists. The recommendation from LPA, they recommended denial. That was on a 5-0 vote. If there's any questions for staff, I'm here to answer those, and the applicant and their representative are here for any questions as well.
Councilor McCoy, any questions currently for Mr. Smalley?
Has anything materially changed between the LPA and it being presented here?
I can say that I have not seen any additional applications for the use of that building since. So at this point, I don't think anything materially has changed, but I'll defer to the applicant if they've done something I'm not aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Link?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Councilor King?
You did not really then address the safety concerns other than it seems to be working?
So there are a few buildings on the island that we've been trying to get compliance of when the opportunity presents itself. I think in the future, if this site is redeveloped, absolutely, staff is going to push very hard to make sure that those spaces are redesigned in such a way that they don't take direct access onto Estero while backing out. So the building itself, we have not been notified that anybody has found it to be extremely difficult, cannot enter it, that it is a danger. But we can visibly see that during the season, when people need to exit that site, they're waiting for somebody to open up the lane onto Estero. So you've got vehicles that are halfway out of the parking lot coming over the sidewalk in many instances, waiting to be able to back out. I'm not a parking expert. I'm not an expert on how vehicles interact with human beings, but I can visually see.
Usually not well.
Usually not well at that intersection. There's a lot of business going on there, a lot of people trying to come in and out of businesses there. So I would say personally, I do have a fear that there are problems with the safety of that, but I've not been told anything in particular where it has become a specific issue. Nobody has been hit as far as I know. Bicycles haven't been run off of the sidewalk as far as I know. But that was the perspective of staff, was one of, what does the code ask us for a variance? And the variance, we cannot determine whether that's the minimum necessary to accomplish what they're trying to do. And our point from staff is that the lower area businesses seem to be working. I see a business truck down there quite a bit. So I know that the lower area is open and available for customers. And seemingly the upper units are being rented. So those seemingly are working as intended right now. I will defer to the applicant if they've got some more context about problems that they're running into in their business. But just from staff's perspective, our recommendation was largely based on the fact that we just can't tell whether this is the minimum necessary to accomplish the job.
Okay, thank you.
So Jason, staff has obviously got concern, as well as the applicant, it sounds like, at least in my conversation with him about the public safety. We've all seen cars trying to back out of that location over the years, and with the sidewalk being there, it obviously is, but that doesn't outweigh what your requirements are to make recommendations through the LDC.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. I'll save my other questions till after the applicant. Thanks, Jason.
Okay.
Kara?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Kara Stewart, and I am here on behalf of John Richard of 1161, 1165 Estero Boulevard. The request is requesting a multiplier of 0. We currently have a multiplier of 0.67. The location is located within 1/10 of a mile to your downtown Times Square district, which has that 0%, that 0 multiplier. The location has historically been retail, restaurant, and the dwelling units that exist today. The building has been there since 1967. Mr. Richard purchased the property in 2015, subsequently renovated it, upgraded it, changed the roof line, left the existing envelope of the building in the same configuration. During that permit process, parking came up, and there was no change of use. The use has always been there, but just as staff is saying, and we all know, when we do a renovation, we try to get as much compliance as we can. Because of the lack of parking, they required Mr. Richard to get a joint parking use agreement at one of his other parking lots. And basically what that's doing is encumbering both properties. It encumbers the property with the use, and it encumbers the property that you're providing the parking at. That's what the joint use parking agreement does. This property and one other property on the island that I know of are the only ones that have this agreement. What has been happening subsequent to that is, just like in agreement with what your comp plan is saying, we want to have in that area shared use parking. I apologize for not being at the LPA. I may have been able to answer some of the questions that came up. One of the issues was, well, what is our alternate parking plan? Our alternate parking plan is just what your comp plan says. It tells me to do shared parking in this district. This property is now going to be in the Times Square district in your comp plan. It encompasses that whole area. It doesn't change what you have in your LDC, but it is including this property in this Times Square district kind of overlay. In there specifically, you have got policy T1F1, encourage shared parking lots. You have policy T1F2, and this is in your new comp plan, the 2025 comp
I'm going
plan.
to stop you right there then. If what you're saying is accurate, and I know that it is, what is the need for the variance then? If in the Times Square zoning district currently, you can have 0% parking, what is the need to request a variance now?
Okay, the difference here is in your comp plan, you have just changed your comp plan. In that comp plan, we're now in this, what's called the Times Square district overlay, which those policies are in effect. The LDC, when you go to your LDC
Hasn't changed yet.
has the section that
Hasn't changed
says,
yet.
right,
Got it.
depending on where you are, you get a different multiplier. And, I'm sure Jason will agree with me. That's the difference.
Right.
So it's a little confusing because in one breath, we have our vision, right, which is our comp plan, and we're saying, hey, we want all this walkability.
So essentially the LDC hasn't caught up to the comp plan changes yet, is what I'm hearing.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Well,
I would encourage you to take a look at that. Let me put it that way.
Well,
okay?
there's many things in the queue. Yes,
Yeah,
I get
so,
it.
sure. Now, the property, like I mentioned, has been here since 1967 in the same location. Looking back at aerials, doing a bunch of research, the uses have historically been retail, like I said, restaurant, and the dwelling units. As we mentioned, or someone mentioned just recently, there's a contractor's vehicle there. Post Ian, that tenant thought it would be a great idea to have a contractor's office, showroom, display center. Didn't really work out. I don't know why, but I can tell you the parking is very difficult. It's not, that particular location doesn't necessarily support a business as well as it would support the restaurant or the retail. The other section in your code that encourages where things are constructed to. We know in this district, we're supposed to be constructed to the sidewalk. Obviously, we can't do that, but if we can remove the parking requirement on the front, that would enable us to have outdoor seating or outdoor display. That brings us to the comments at LPA in relationship to the ADA parking spaces that are on site. I reconfirmed in the Americans with Disability Act, in the building code, we only need to provide a handicap parking space if we are providing parking. So that when you do not provide parking, just like many of the other projects you have approved, we don't need to put in a handicap parking space. We can eliminate it altogether. We're just trying to treat the Americans with Disability equal with the rest of the folks. There's one space right now, but that would go away.
Does that count under the joint use parking that you spoke of earlier?
I'm
So
not
if you
sure.
have a joint use agreement with another parking location that is owned by the same applicant, does that include the same ADA requirements that you were just talking about?
The parking lot itself does, if that's what you're asking me. The
Yes.
parking lot on Crescent Street has its own ADA compliance requirement because it is a parking lot. And I believe the ratio is 1 to 25 parking spaces. You have to have one handicap and then so on and so forth. It goes up.
Right.
So the Crescent Street has a handicap parking space. Now, bringing up Crescent Street, one of the other driving factors for our request is in your comp plan again, you are talking about improvements along Crescent Street for the walkability, for the pedestrian thoroughfare. So again, we're going to be encouraging the pedestrian walkway. There have been multiple changes at this intersection. So when we talk about safety and we look back at the aerials and the history, to the best of what I could see on the aerials, we went from having one defined crosshatch walkway to two crosshatched walkways for the public. We now have three. We have three clearly defined walkways in this intersection. In addition to that, a traffic light. So the configuration of this property has drastically changed since the inception of the property. The uses, we would forecast them being restaurant or retail. Quite frankly, we don't have a tenant right now. It keeps coming up that the parking is an issue and what is someone going to do? We feel with the close proximity to the multiple joint use parking lots that we have, shared permanent parking lots, that we have more than adequate parking. I went and I looked up multiple resolutions on those parking lots to confirm that I have the ability to stand here and say there is overnight parking in a legal parking lot. There are multiple parking lots that you have in the downtown area that allow overnight parking. Some do not. I believe a member of the LPA had asked if the one on Crescent Street allows overnight parking. The answer is no. That one is limited to the hours of operation. And so are some other parking lots that we have. There are a number of them on Old San Carlos that allow overnight parking. So I feel like as an alternate plan, if someone wanted to come into this location and wanted to rent it, as Mr. Safford is handling, there are multiple avenues for them to find overnight parking if they so chose. Now, it's interesting because in my
So,
research too.
Hold on, Kara. I just want to keep jumping in because.
That's okay.
So is there a reason why the parking lot that's closest to this, right behind there, is not overnight parking? Is that by choice or is that by code?
That was during that, the public in that area, during those hearings for that special exception, had a concern about the headlights going across the canal. There was specific entities across the canal that had an issue and concern. Henceforth, that was partly one of the compromises to limit the hours. And they were just concerned that it was too much in the neighborhood, but it's okay. You know, it's been there fine. Did that answer your question?
We'll create another, but yes.
Okay. Okay. Another, like, just a food for thought, and just from a total random comment that I just wanted to share with everyone in relationship to the shared parking and how this location is working and working effectively. There is a, what do you call it? When you make you post something about a piece of property that you've been to. there's a tenant that rented the property, one of the units, and I'm going to quote, "This property was definitely centrally located with many restaurants and beach access points within walking distance. It was about 40 minutes from RSW, but the round trip Uber from the airport was less than renting a vehicle. Cheaper than renting a car for the length of your stay, and you truly do not need a car rental if you plan to stay local." I think that reiterates what we're trying to accomplish with our comp plan. I think that helps support that this location will work. This is unsolicited. I just found it online. That it will help this area tremendously. The security or the safety concern is real. It's real. I mean, if you go there during season, it's very difficult. The use of the property is better used for, I mean, if we just envision an outdoor seating area, an outdoor retail, which we're allowed to by right, we would have to, we or the tenant would have to come forward to you if they were to do outdoor alcohol with a special exception for the patio. So that would be something you would have a right to have a comment or whatever condition if you so chose, if we were successful here today, to remove the parking requirement totally.
Kara, where do you direct your guests now that are staying there through the Airbnbs? Where do you tell them to park if they ask?
I truly don't know that answer. So I went on the rental site to see what was put there, and all it says was that one parking space. I don't know how I personally don't know. I just went and looked up everything. So
I'm assuming it's not, well, I don't want to put Scott, because he recused himself, but
Mr. Richard might know something. I don't know.
I'm sure Mr. Richard would know. I'm just curious as to where they park now. Do they use these front parking spaces when they
John
park there?
Richard, for the record. I believe Scott could answer that the best if he can speak.
You can speak, you can't vote. And you can't
So,
try to
correct,
sway
we
them.
have not allowed parking on that premise for the last 5-6 years, just because of the safety concern. They park at another Airbnb rental that I have. We give them parking passes. We encourage them we encourage them to take Ubers, not bring cars. But I have another Airbnb that they can park at.
Okay, that's all I was curious
But
about. They had to park
and
somewhere.
I can add that I don't even let my cleaners park there. It is just way too crazy. It's right at that intersection, as Kara said, has changed tremendously. So now there's 3 crosswalks. There's people not paying attention.
Scott, I don't want you to go too far. I don't want you to.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't want you advocating one way or another. Just
I have another just little section I wanted to bring to your attention in your new comp plan. It's policy CD1E1, adaptive reuse. What that says is encourage the adaptive reuse of existing structures located within mixed use and commercial land use designations. That is what we're in, a mixed use, particularly those that were originally established as motels or vacation rentals or are over 50 years old. This building is 1967, so we're over 50 years old. By providing incentives, so we're telling the public you're going to provide some incentives, such as relief in the Land Development Code. This is our request for that incentive, to reuse the existing building. I'm here to answer any questions that you may or may not have.
Councilor McLean, you have any questions? I have a couple more, but I'm going to wait till then.
I'm just interested to understand why you wouldn't add the additional lots and shift them to the Crescent Street location.
Again, it creates an encumbrance on a property. Both properties now are encumbered. So, because those are public record documents that get recorded that says this property has 4 parking spaces designated. There are no other parking lots that have that encumbrance on them. So that's part of the driving factor. And the fact that the building has been here, the uses have been in existence. To our knowledge, we don't know of any code complaints coming into the town that we have a parking problem. We have not heard from the sheriff that there's been an issue for parking at that location. So it's really a matter of cleaning it up. I will say that I went through Salty Crab's request as well to see if there was any parallel anything, and there really isn't. Their new building, they brought up the 800 available parking spaces within a quarter mile I went and I looked at the aerials. I didn't count them, but I went and just to reconfirm that we have multiple parking available. So really, it's a matter of removing it from the front,
Yeah.
being able to allow us to use that property to become more compliant with your comp plan, to move some maybe area out there. We are not looking to expand the building. I think that was maybe a concern. We're not looking to do an addition on the building. We're not looking to go higher in the building. The building is what the building is.
Yeah, I guess my other question is, it would be clearer to me if there were also some plans of the use of it going forward. For example, if there were some improvements that were going to occur at the front of the building and change those parking spots to a patio or whatever it may be. But I don't see any evidence of that in the material that were provided, just the removal of the lots. So is there anything that you can tell us about the future plans of the property that may help us understand if it's a better use?
Sure. I will probably have to ask the owner to address that a little bit. However, when we talk about your regulations and your comp plan, the vision, and the buildings in the downtown district or the new Times Square, this is the new Times Square district, we are encouraging expansion to the front. That's why I'm making this statement that this is not to expand the construction of the building, but to allow for a future tenant. With retail, they would not have to come forward and say, hey, I want to put outdoor display. We don't have to come back to you. We do have to come back to you if they want to serve, or they would have to come back to you if they want to serve alcohol, expand their COP, say it was a restaurant and they went out, they would have to come and discuss that with you. And we're not being vague for any other reason except that we don't have the tenant. This is based on the feedback we're getting, trying to put either a tenant in there and to try to really understand what is the best use. And the best use, I mean, it's pretty obvious, like to be something downtown, walk away.
So to kind of piggyback on Councilor McLean is saying, would the applicant be okay, should this get approved, to add a condition to say something along the lines of, as long as the footprint of the building does not change?
I
You had
believe-
mentioned that, I mean, so you're not going to come back and add something on, that this would be conditioned if approved to the existing footprint that exists today?
As long as the existing footprint of the structure.
Structure, yes, that's
but
what I'm
we can
referring to.
still, have the opportunity to come back if they wanted to expand their restaurant, wanted to serve beer and wine or
But not
alcohol.
the building itself,
You'd
just
have to,
the
right, the
outside area.
building, the face of the building would stay. The four walls are going to remain. We're really not here trying to, sneak something in. The building is the building. The building is the building.
I think I'm fine now. Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. Does the applicant also own the parking on Crescent Street?
The parking lot,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay. Then overnight guests. So we heard that you haven't used that parking lot for years. You don't let people park there, but there is an arrangement with another rental property. What if that arrangement goes away? Then perhaps the parking option could go away.
That would be resolved with the multiple parking lots on Old San Carlos that allow overnight parking. So if someone, like, no different than if I go into, I'm going to say New York
Yeah,
City.
I understand that.
okay.
I understand that. So overnight parking is a fee to overnight park.
Okay,
So the people who rent there would also be required to find a parking space somewhere else and pay an addition. I understand that the person who wrote that beautiful review said, this is great, this is
Mhm.
walkable. You could also see on the other side, I needed a car for whatever reason. I was going to baseball games or something, and I had to pay an additional whatever to park down the road. So there's both sides of that. So I'm thinking of those things. Why have you not been using that parking? Or I heard comments that we don't allow people to park there. Is that accurate?
I'm not aware of, not allowing.
Or could it be
people to
just the
park there?
renters?
You don't allow people to park there
Park
in the front parking lot?
John Richard for the record.
Thank you.
In the front,
Yes.
it's the tenant space that can park there. It's not for the upstairs people.
It's not for the renters.
It's not for residents. Residents have overnight parking. Hell, you could, excuse me, you can park in Margaritaville overnight even if you're not staying there.
So you're saying you do not allow the tenants to park there?
No, the tenants, like any city, you go anywhere, they have to go to another place to come. So they could go to Old San Carlos. You're allowed to have.
I understand that. I'm just saying they cannot park there. Cannot.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. They don't allow the dwelling units, I think is what you're referring to, the
Yes.
dwelling units up top to park out front.
Right.
They don't allow them to do that because
Okay.
the tenant downstairs.
Got you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Counselor King?
In addition to the condition the mayor described, do you have any other problems with the staff recommendation for conditions?
I don't think I did. Let me look real quick, though.
Sure.
I don't think I did. I think they were pretty consistently standard. There is one of the conditions, and I will, let's just discuss it maybe here. All existing on-site parking with backing movements into Estero and Crescent shall be permanently eliminated. So staff is recommending that with an approval that we put this condition on there and not allow any parking in that area. I think we could live with that. So
That's the
I
request.
think we're
Yeah, that is
okay.
the request.
All existing shall be converted, pedestrian oriented, enhanced landscaping, building edge planting and perimeter landscaping shall be provided along Estero Boulevard. I'm not sure that that's something that you want us to do. Like, I'm not sure that that would be something that would be applicable.
Well, I think it's 100% applicable. That's the whole reason you're saying it's not safe to back onto Estero Boulevard. So why would you want vehicular access from Estero Boulevard?
No. What I'm saying is the enhanced landscaping. If one of the condition number 3, enhanced landscaping, including building edge. So if you want some building edge planter and perimeter landscaping shall be provided along Estero. I'm not sure with that, where that location is, that you would have that ability.
Yeah, it's very broad. I get what
Right?
you're saying,
Okay.
but. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a kind of a broad statement, so.
Well, again, if this is approved, does that ramp that goes up there go away and become a retaining wall or something? I don't know if that's what staff is trying to get at. I don't want to speak for Jason, but
I don't know.
I think what you're trying to get at is what's going to prevent people from pulling into park in there anyway?
I think that's exactly it. And the idea here is that should now become a pedestrian oriented area. And so we're asking them to delineate that from what we're going to hope is a lot of people down in downtown around that area. So this is for them as much as it is for the town to just provide that visual delineation. And they're going to do that to show that this is no longer a parking space. This is pedestrian oriented space.
So maybe it's that number 3 condition, again, if this was to get approved, it should read a little bit different. Instead of saying enhanced landscaping, to me, that's a very broad, what does that mean? Whereas a clear delineation between parking and pedestrian traffic.
I think staff would encourage any input on if this is a good idea. Town council putting some guardrails on there or things that they would like to see. I think these are just sort of the initial idea for you guys to use as a seed. Is this something that you'd like to see? Is it something you'd like to mandate be done if you approve the removal of the spaces? This was just staff kind of looking at it and saying, how do we essentially get away from this back out parking area? If you're getting rid of them, then let's turn it into something that is actually in line with the rest of the area, with comp plan, which is asking to beautify the areas adjacent to Estero and make it a pedestrian friendly area.
Okay. And I just reread your number 5. It actually is better than what my suggestion was. I was talking about the footprint of the building, but you're talking about intensity. That also protects elevation versus just out.
I have some other
Go ahead, John.
comments.
I'm sorry. I didn't
Well,
mean to-
no, and you brought up a good point because that's kind of where I was going is if this day and age, if folks see an open spot, somebody's going to pull in.
We don't have any problem doing that, making some kind of buffer and whatnot, make it beautiful.
Facility.
We're looking to encourage the pedestrian, so that is not an issue. But I am going to say something about number 5 now. Any future change in use. I don't know that we've defined a use yet, unless we can maybe clarify that. Anything other than restaurant, retail.
Current use, maybe?
Right now, they're downstairs, it's an office. So I don't want to have to be back here
No.
for a restaurant or retail. I think if we want to, and I'll reconfirm with John, maybe we can expound that and use those words, retail, restaurant, and for the existing uses that have been historically used there other than that office.
Well, that's why I guess I'm a little confused. If it's currently existing that you can use those, well, what's the change in the future use of current, a change in the current use?
I think what maybe, and I can't speak for staff, I think what they were trying to do is if the use would become more intense, I'm thinking, I'm not sure, because the change in use, the downtown district allows a lot of uses. So if we want to maybe say the uses that are allowed in the downtown district,
Within the,
Okay.
within the comp plan zone.
and just still, right, and consistent with those uses, we're okay. So, and quite frankly, we're really just looking for restaurant, retail, and the units up top. So if we wanted to make that the condition, the existing previous uses, something like that, to tie it in together, that's fine too. But I want to be a little careful that we don't say change of use, because right now, today, the certificate of
I
occupancy,
see what you're saying.
you know what I mean? It's for an office, and then I don't want somebody to say, no, you know.
No, I see you expanding that condition again, if it was approved to be more specific as to not just a broad paintbrush.
Correct. And again, we have no intention of putting another story on the building for this approval. So if that needed to be in there to address your intensity, that's fine too.
Okay.
I have some more
John? Yeah,
comments.
oh, go ahead. Rebecca.
Okay, so Karen, I'm going to just come right out and say my concerns.
Sure.
Okay. And if we can find a way around this, I like a compromise. I am never for giving up parking. I mean, it just pains me. I understand if you're starting over and you are limited and now how do I get all these other great things? Maybe we have to give up parking. So that's hard for me. I want to overcome that.
Okay.
The second thing I'm concerned about is we do know that that is a confusing area. There are a lot of people wandering around. My concern is point blank, you serve alcohol there, you put the restaurant, people are sitting outside having pizza. I would be the first one to come there. One too many drinks, too much intensity, and I'm less worried about people backing out than I am people walking across the street from something we agreed they could do when they've had a couple too many in that area. So I'm really concerned. I'm okay if you're not serving alcohol and you're using it as an extra patio. I do know that if you gave up the parking and you had a restaurant, I'd be disappointed because we so often would go to that very spot, the Greek restaurant, the pizza place. We scootered up probably 3 times a week, got something, scootered back. We will not do that as residents if we have to go find a place to park, pay to park, come to go. You know, so I think maybe the parking could be an advantage, depending on what kind of restaurant you want. If people can come and go, we don't have very much takeout. That would be a huge benefit for residents. So I'm just looking at public safety, too many people drinking, walking across the street, and giving up parking. So that's what I'm weighing, and I'm being very frank with that.
That, I appreciate that. And just to clarify again, if someone wants to do outdoor consumption, they will be back before you. They have to come back. If
I
that will
agree.
help,
I agree.
you
But
know, if that will help at that time to deal with that issue, that specific issue, that would be the time to do that.
Well, then it gets to,
my condition would be that you don't serve alcohol.
well, as Kara said, if they decide whatever it ends up being, if it's approved and they want to do it, they still have to come back before council to request to be able to do that.
I agree.
Correct.
Would the applicant be open to, because I'm guessing if this ever happens, there's going to be a question about finding dedicated spots for this restaurant. Would the applicant be open to using his own parking lot to provide spaces should that happen? Or the request, or however an approval may happen? I'm not asking you to commit to it.
Right.
I'm asking you to be open to it, because what has happened in the past is people have said, have you worked with somebody else to come up with a shared parking plan to be able to operate the way you want to operate. The question is, would the applicant be open to that discussion down the road, should that ever come up?
I think open for discussion is operative words.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I can understand.
I feel like I want to see the whole picture. I'm only seeing half of it.
There really is nothing more to it. The building will stay. We don't have a tenant. The building is what the building is. We are committing to, we will not expand the building up or out. We would like the ability to allow someone to do outdoor display of merchandise if that's what they so chose to do. If they chose not to do that and they wanted to do outdoor consumption, they will have to come back before this board to get that approved. At which time you would then condition that. That may or may not ever happen. I don't know. I really don't know. So the uses are pretty much, we're looking to confine the requests to the uses, the retail, restaurant, and the dwelling units. We are okay with the size of the existing building, the footprint of the building, and the height, just to clarify that too. We're not
Right.
looking to say if we put a second story on it,
Sure,
this is,
of course.
no, we're saying that what you see is what you have. I understand it is not a typical request because I'm not standing here with a buyer or with a tenant saying this is specifically what they want to do. But we are willing to agree to those parameters, the uses, the three uses in any way, shape, or form, not increased density, just to clarify for that too. We're not looking to say, hey, we have 3 dwelling units now, and if the comp plan and zoning don't allow any more dwelling units, then this is off the table. It doesn't matter. If we come back for a comp plan, CPD, if they come back for a CPD to expand it, this is off the table. So this is really absent a tenant, specific tenant. It's pretty defined, we feel. I'll help clarify it any further I can.
I appreciate you clarifying, but it feels to me chipping away to get to a desired outcome that perhaps is easier once
Okay.
the parking is gone. Again, it's just because I'm trying to fill in the gaps where I don't have information.
Of course.
So I want to protect parking and public safety, and that's where I think I will come down on this for now.
Will, were you leaning in earlier? It looked like you had something to say. No?
I just wanted to make sure, Jason, he looked like he had something to say
Oh.
on the uses.
Go ahead,
the
Jason.
land use.
I
What's
thought I saw you
currently-
leaning in out of the
You know,
corner.
what is allowed currently, Jason?
So I'm a little concerned, and I think this may be a legal question, I think, for Nancy on whether or not this process right here is correct in limiting them to seemingly 3 uses that could be done in accordance with this, considering how wide downtown's use table actually is. Are we saying that the 3 uses that have been enumerated by the representative of the applicant here are only what's going to be allowed in that building? And is this resolution or this ordinance the proper method to essentially limit them to 3 of what might be a couple dozen uses?
So Jason, your question I think is well taken. However, I think that by using this as a condition, it would apply to the variance. So if they deviate from the uses as the condition in the variance, then their variance is no longer applicable.
Can I ask another question for clarification? If we do put these 3 specific uses in the approval and they decide to do something else, what is the outcome? Does the variance then become moot for just that use? And I have to go back and then validate and say, okay, you're zeroed out for all these other uses, but for this new non-specified use, you need to provide me 3 more parking spaces.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
So
Jason, the 3 uses, just for everyone listening, including myself, are
I heard restaurant,
Well,
retail.
I want to jump in on that because I don't want to get in the habit of, if we already have uses within a zoning district,
Right.
why make it more specific? I mean, because it's going to make more work for you. It's going to make more work for the applicant. To try to pigeonhole what those 3 things are, either you allow them to do it or you don't within the already existing zoning district. Like we had the conversation about the marinas when we were going through the combo.
I agree.
To me, I'm not going to be a fan of specifically making it because it's going to create, to your point, maybe not this property owner, maybe the next property owner, the property owner after that is going to have to come in and waste more time and more staff to ask for something that's already in the comp plan to allow. But because we restricted it so far into this variance, that it's going to just create more time, money, and effort that doesn't need to be recreated.
I think that's absolutely correct. Staff is now responsible to remember that this one individual lot has a limitation of 3 uses when we
Right.
look at the wider
Right.
area. So I agree. I don't know that we should enumerate 3 specific ones. I think that's a perfect plan to do in furtherance of a CPD where we're rezoning and talking about what the actual uses are. Here under a variance, I don't know that it's the best way to go about it. One thing I did want to bring up though, just for clarification on number 5, when we talk about intensity, the way this is written is we're not talking about just physical intensity of the building, expanding horizontally or vertically. In planning speak, intensification could be a more intense use. So if you do not want to limit them with number 5, if they come in and want to go from office to restaurant, that's an intensification of the use.
But wouldn't that be dictated by the fire department? I mean, wouldn't they set the occupancy load of that? I mean, the town wouldn't set that, right?
Oh, well, we can look at it as a proxy by how much parking spaces they would be required. If you go from an office use, which might only require 3 or 5 parking spaces, and you go to a restaurant use with a bar that could have 13 spaces per 1,000 square feet, I would say that yes, that is an intensification as far as the jargon that planners use.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I have a question for Nancy.
Okay.
Nancy, when we talk about the newly adopted comprehensive plan, and there was a comment made about the LDC not catching up to the vision that is outlined in the comprehensive plan, is it correct for us to make determinations that are better aligned with the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Thank you.
There is a consistency requirement that basically any development order is consistent with your comp plan, which would be a variance. A variance would be in the form of a development order.
Okay, so as a comment, I'm very concerned about the safety of this specific parking lot. I think it's very difficult. As far as the conditions that the town has put forward, I think we've had a discussion, and instead of saying perhaps in condition 3, instead of perimeter landscaping, we state something about a delineation and a separation preventing parking in that existing spot, something along those lines. And then for statement 5, I'm concerned about limiting and further encumbering this property. So I would suggest that instead of increase of intensity or any use, it's just all usage should be as permitted in the Times Square district as defined in the comp plan. Whether we even need to state that, I think it may be redundant, but I think the language that's in here is much more restrictive, and I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to hear my fellow council members' thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we can. Do you have any more questions, Councilor King? I think we're still
We're
here.
still in question,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm good, thank you.
I think we'll go to public comment, and then if the applicant wants to. Go ahead, Jason.
Before we transition, I'd like to actually dovetail after Mr. McLean's point here. So if all of the uses are allowed that they're asking for here today is just straight zeroed out, no matter what use. So I think number 5, if that's where your concern is probably the one that needs to be, the words need to be rearranged there. Again, my understanding of intensity is it appears in 2 different places. The second one was the delineation of the space. If we just say delineation, could that be literally just a paint marker on the ground delineating the parking area from their seating area? If you guys do want a physical barrier here, which is what I think staff was sort of envisioning, like a landscape
Planters.
separation, then I think you have to be explicit and state that it needs to be a landscape or something else that's amenable to your vision of what that corner looks like when they're done.
I
I
agree
appreciate-
with Jason Smalley's comments. I was going to make those myself. So to have council define more specifically what type of delineation, what appears in the staff report is enhanced landscaping. Planters are another example. So maybe language saying including but not limited to. So there are some examples, so it's not a surprise.
I agree.
Well,
So
my,
what would be some other ones?
well, I think my question would be, it's solid concrete, right? So what you're not going to put, and it's at an elevation, you're not going to put planters there. They're just going to tip over. So my guess is they're going to have to tear out some concrete to be able to do something to delineate, to your point, instead of just having a line that says do not park, which is going to require them to have a permit to be able to do that, which is then going to probably trigger you into having to, you know, review the landscape buffers and all of that. How do we get around all of that? I think if this gets approved, the comments seem to be that there's got to be something that delineates that between parking and not parking. What does that look like without creating more work for staff, more financial burden for the and time for the applicant to achieve the same goal?
As well as contending with the site visibility triangle, which is going to complicate some of your material on the front property line anyways. I fully agree, but unfortunately, I think if you want the delineation, you're going to have to specify a physical barrier. Now, is that no more than 14 inches high, so it meets the site visibility triangle, double planting, so we at least get 5 feet of area, or do you want something smaller? I hate to say that we have to be prescriptive about it, but if we intend to provide it, we have to be.
Maybe we should hear from the applicant if they have an idea. It's in fact, they're nodding their heads. Maybe they have an idea.
While they're coming up, may we ask Will, do you have any concerns from a public safety that,
Just what's already been discussed. It's currently, I think, a public safety issue if there were to be parking allowed in that area, and as everybody here I think has expressed. Going forward, I think maybe if you're asking specifically, Councilor Link, to your comments about if a future use includes restaurant or a bar, I don't think my concerns would be anything more than we have along Old San Carlos or some of the other areas that are similar. Sure, that's always a concern, but I within the, you know, our current way of dealing with those issues, no, I don't have a specific issue. I think it would have to, but I'd have to see in the future, like we're talking, what that use would be. Right now, I think it's just important that we address the parking issue. And I think if Kara does have an idea, I'd love to hear it. Does that answer your question?
it sure does.
Okay,
Thank you. I
thanks.
just wanted to see if you had anything additional.
On the delineation, would it work if we put in something to the effect that we had to install some type of vertical delineation within conformity to your visibility triangle or some such thing like that, so that whether, you know, just something that will cover it when we talk about the planters in one breath, and I'd have to go out there and go look again. I'm not sure where that incline, that drastic incline ends, if maybe up there, you know, if we did a temporary barrier there, that wouldn't require a permit, and we could do that expeditiously, something like that, you know, might help. Like, I don't think we have any true concern about doing something that will satisfy what we need. So whether it be like maybe like even a white little picket fence or something, or some
Or
planter
ballards.
combination, or right, some, you know, mixture of the two maybe, and make it look nice, you know, a little little white picket thing, and then maybe a little planter, and then a white picket thing to delineate it. So we're not opposed to any of that.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll get into that. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Public comment. Does anybody here like to speak in public comment? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'm just curious if the discussion here, and it's not a question, if this would change the mind of any LPA member that was sitting on how they voted. Hearing.
Wasn't there that day.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to be general. So, okay. Well, so comments, suggestions, questions, discussions. Counselor King, we'll start with you.
I guess for me, it just boils down to a common sense safety issue, and that's a concern. And honestly, I could see myself sitting at that stoplight and somebody wanting to back out right into me. So That's happened to me on numerous occasions. So it is a concern for me.
Counselor Link?
I would ask Jason, is there anything that you would recommend that would make you feel more comfortable that you would then approve? And
Well, I
what
wouldn't
would
say
that be?
approve, but
Or
be comfortable with moving forward should it get approved.
That's a great way to say it.
So I think I've said everything in my mind. As long as we are providing for the ADA space, as long as somewhere within a reasonable distance, as long as they can access that site, because I'm thinking about some of the broken sidewalk on that side of the street along Crescent.
But Jason, if they,
Not his requirement.
if the parking goes to zero, they don't have to have a requirement of an ADA space?
No, but realistically, they still got to get their people from whatever parking spaces they have to them, to the space. Again, that doesn't become the town or the code's responsibility at that point. That's on them. Just one of my concerns is moving an ADA space from directly in front of it to approximately 300 feet away, and then they have to traverse over broken sidewalk panels.
So that would be covered under any potential, whatever may or may not go in there. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody would have that same requirement of how to physically get their people from where they're parking to the space, but that's not the concern of the code here.
Right.
What the request here today just deals with removing the parking spaces. I have a lot of what ifs, and I think I've gone through a lot of them with you. As far as the landscaping, I think we're open to anything. The real concern here is, again, just making sure that it's limited to 2 feet. So whatever the town council believes would be visually appealing and still provide that break within it being no more than 24 inches high. I think that's probably the biggest concern from my code perspective.
Thanks for that.
and that's the 24 inches, then it doesn't interfere with the view triangle.
Right. Between, you're expected to have clear vision in that triangle from 2 feet to 6 feet.
Okay.
Thanks, Jason. That's
Anything
it for me. Nope.
Counselor McLean?
I guess I'll restate what I stated before. I think that I believe that we should be embracing the changes that we've made to the comprehensive plan. They have not increased any of the uses or the intensities or densities. And the marketability of the property, if I've stated this previously about other uses, including restaurants in that district, the parking issues that may or may not be there, that's part of the ability of the company or the owner to market their property as being parking's an issue here. You know, we suggest you take an Uber or you will have to use an offsite lot. And I don't have any issues with that, actually. I think that's just fine. So I would personally, support this removal of the parking requirements because as defined in the Times Square district, we're trying to encourage a walkability and use of shared lots. And I would change number 3 instead of, I think we could state, keep enhanced landscaping, but include something, remove perimeter landscaping and add something that says a physical barrier to block off the parking no more than 24 inches high. And then number 5, I would suggest that it either goes away completely or if not, then it should be all uses that are permitted in the Times Square district. And those would be my recommendations.
Yeah, I share a lot of the same points that you raised, Councilor McLean. I mean, I think had Kara and the applicant had a chance to answer questions at the LPA that may have changed some of the recommendations. I can't speak for them, but public safety is a big thing. You know, parking, to your point, Councilor McLean, is a big thing, but that we've all seen it. That is a very dangerous parking lot to back in and out of. And Uber's using it, Lyft's using it to pull up on there for, you know, now the car doors are winging open and people are getting picked up at that corner. I think eliminating that is in the best interest of the community as far as public safety standpoint. The fact that they're not willing to increase the footprint or the density as spoken in by the applicant is very important. it does meet the criteria of the new downtown district that we've put in place, or the Times Square district. So it would be consistent with that. The fact that they have to come forward to, if they want to do a restaurant with a bar, they're going to have those discussions about parking and shared use. The applicant owns several parking lots in that area and has demonstrated that they try to follow the rules of law as best they can. I mean, I hadn't heard any complaints, and we all know that this applicant is very good at doing landscaping and delineating between public right-of-ways and public spaces. So I'm going to support this based on the two changes I think that you were talking about. I think that's important that we have the number 3 is changed to what Councilor McLean said. Number 5, I think we still need to work on that wording a little bit. I think is to be consistent with the Times Square zoning district. Would that cover all of your questions, Jason, as far as not having to come back to look at what the use is, as long as it's a use that's within the Times Square zoning district, that would cover any change in use?
Well, then I believe 5 becomes functionally moot. If you're just saying they get everything in downtown, they already get everything in downtown.
But also in the increase of intensity, I think it's important to have that there, but maybe not to your point. How do we codify what they have said they are not willing to do, the perimeter of the building, the existing height of the building?
Mhm.
How can we codify that in this condition to say that if this property were to change hands, that the next person can't just automatically add another story without having to come in and rectify this condition number 5?
I'll defer to Kara's expertise here, but I would think that then you could say no increase of the footprint, no increase to the height, and that covers an expansion of the building without touching the available uses, so we don't get hung up on that.
Could we not just say no increase in FAR?
Technically, no, I don't think so, because I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Okay, all right. Let's
FAR
just-
changes in a lot of different ways, so
Yeah.
I think I take the mayor's point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be, I think keeping it simple to your point, no existing size to the footprint, physical footprint of the building,
Yeah.
or increased height of the building would cover those two.
And maybe
Very
put
specifically.
primary structure so that we can address Kara's point of if they want to do an outside deck that's accessory without changing the building, they could come out and do that. But it would be the physical increase of the existing
Foundation of the building.
foundation of the primary structure. So I think if we add the term primary structure in there, that'll differentiate between if they want to do any decks or things that they've mentioned that they might want to do in that new pedestrian area.
So if they wanted to, they still would have to come in, obviously, to go before staff. If they want to extend the upper level deck
Mhm.
out, they would have to come before and do all that.
Yeah, any attached decks would trigger this. If, to Kara's point, if they want to do a deck and they're allowed to do it in the pedestrian area now, and they want to do service of alcohol, that would trigger them having to come in and talk to us as well.
Did you get all that, Nancy? For number 5, is there some wording that you could suggest that would help clarify it for the record?
We can work on it after the meeting, but I think there's been adequate testimony from both of the experts where that criteria or that requirement where we could mold something that would be sufficient.
Okay. Do you both feel comfortable with what Nancy said? Oh, Kara's coming back up.
I think there's agreement between you and Jason.
I think so too. I think so too. I just got a little, I just want to clarify the outdoor use. I just want to make sure that we don't lose that. So the outdoor use, we want to maintain that. We want to be able to still do that. No new walls, right? So we're all like that. So the patio, I got a little lost if he was implying that I have to come back for the patio. I don't have to come back for the
No,
patio.
what he was saying
for
might
the
is
outdoor.
any elevated structure
If you
above
had
the
a
existing
deck.
patio.
Okay.
But
Above the
as
existing
long as the
concrete?
patio is consistent with the Times Square zoning district,
Right. It would
then
be,
that would
yes.
be encompassed within this
Okay, fine.
condition.
Then that's fine. That's all I just
That's
want to
the
make
way
sure.
I
don't-
Yeah,
understand
so any alterations that would otherwise require approval or a permit, you would go through.
Right,
I mean-
okay, yeah, and that's fine, right, we'll get the permit if we do anything out there, if that's what we're saying, but I don't want to have to come back here unless they're doing outdoor consumption, in which case that would address those issues.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, clear as mud. So there's nothing in here to say that if this gets approved, how soon is it going to be implemented? You talked about doing something temporary to keep people from parking in that spot. Are you going to try to do something temporary when you until you come up with whatever the permanent solution is going to be?
Whatever the record. It's up to God and the wind. You know, we're gonna take it. We don't have any plans. We're just trying to set it up for the tenant, or if I sell it, if I keep it, if I put my own store in there. There's so many things that I can't tell you any. There's nothing going to happen right tomorrow.
No, what I'm saying is Kara had mentioned some temporary. So if this gets approved, your parking is not there. I don't want you to be in non-compliance for now parking people there
Well, and
tomorrow, right? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Without a barrier.
I'm not sure if he was hearing you right. The barrier, for lack of a better word,
Mhm.
right, is what we're all talking about, the
Right.
vertical barrier, some vertical barrier.
Something to keep people from parking in the parking
right,
spots.
for keeping.
until the next tenant, right?
No, you're gonna need to remove it now. They give you,
Yeah.
yes.
Because technically
Nobody can
you would be in non-compliance.
What-
if-
Hello. What I'd like is I have the tenant that's in there now.
Yeah.
What I'd like to is be able to, once we have, if I'm going to put the store in, what we're going to do something, we can block because tenant is moving out. Once that tenant moves out, it's going to stay vacant until the next thing, so to speak.
No, I understand that, John, but what I'm trying to get at is you're asking to eliminate parking in that today. And if it's approved, parking would be eliminated today.
Correct.
So you could no longer have people parking there, or you'd be in non-compliance.
And what I'm asking is if I can put cones up or whatever until I actually get, because I don't know what the timing is going to be.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. As long as nobody's going to be parking there, because I don't
yeah,
want to have
so I don't
to go
want to
through
be
the
in
code
non-compliance.
compliance.
So I asked for some relief on that until, hell, I put cement blocks up there if you want me to, but
No, I'm just, there's going to be nobody parking there. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
If this gets approved today.
Could we?
That's all
I
I'm trying to get.
just heard one thing though that concerned me is I really would rather see like a concrete planter put down there
And
as opposed
cones.
to orange cones. We need to move away from being a
In
perpetual construction site unless we're actually constructing. So John, could you put, I don't know, concrete planters or something that blocks the parking?
I think
can
also
try to-
the,
I can put some planters in there that would be to block the thing, but
We're
I
just
can't
trying
do
to
what I'd
stop the
ask you.
Ubers and
I'd ask-
everybody else.
I'd ask until October when my tenant is actually leaving. His lease is up in October. So if you can make that effective October until he vacates.
But then we have the,
That's what the mayor is getting
But I
at.
can't do that to my tenant. I still have a tenant there that has a lease until October.
but
That's why this might not be the best timing to be bringing this, I think is.
I can't even.
That's why this may not be the right time to be bringing this to us, because one thing is going to put you in another situation that you.
Right.
Or
It's difficult.
couldn't you dedicate
I'll
a
put
park?
the plan, I'll put the planners up. This is approved right away.
Okay, so that would basically block any type of parking once the variance is approved.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes,
I just didn't
you are
want to, I
correct,
didn't want to create a non-compliance issue for the applicant starting tomorrow.
Right.
That's what I was trying to get at. And you could dedicate one spot if you want from your other parking lot to that current tenant till October. So
Did you want to put any type of time limitation on it, like within 30 days that they would?
yeah,
do
I
it?
don't expect him to do it tomorrow, but I just don't want him to.
No, I think he needs a reasonable time.
John would
to-
go right to the place and put planners up tonight, but.
So
Yeah,
30 days?
30 days would be
Okay,
fabulous.
got it. All right.
30 days would be fabulous. We will put up a barrier. He will have the tenant use his other lot,
Sure.
okay?
can I just see clarity that we're not putting out cones though, because those are movable by anyone?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Or drive over.
Okay, I'm going to
There you
ask
go.
one last question.
Sure.
If, let's say the next person who comes there and who rents or purchases says, I really want takeout pizza. And so we'd like golf carts to come in and you just took it away. Can you add the parking back? Is there any reason they could not come
They'd have
back?
to go through a process.
They have to come back to you
But it could be something we decided,
if it's the right thing to do.
if it
yes.
is. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Or is there a motion for resolution 26-094 for variance 202-60011 for 1161 and 1165 Estero Boulevard?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move approval with the conditions as modified through our discussion here today, including the putting up a physical barrier within the next 30 days that will include planters and not movable plastic cones, and taking away condition 5 because it's moot if we allow all uses that are available within the Times Square district.
I'll second that.
So for purposes of the record, I wanted to go ahead and state that the conditions that have been referred to are on page 98. And condition number C is the enhanced landscaping, and that's the one that's going to have the additional time, the 30 days. And then the motion is to remove condition E in its entirety. Correct?
Correct.
Well,
Thank you.
I have the conditions though on 113 and 114 in my packet, but
I'm looking at the resolution.
I'm looking at the staff recommendation.
We're
What are
in
the
the staff
conditions?
which has 1 through 5 as opposed to, they're the same ones.
Yeah, they're the same
They're
ones.
the same ones.
It's just that when we go back and amend the resolution, I want to make sure that staff and I, we're all on the same page.
Well, I don't think there was an elimination of 5 or E, whichever.
I think that was part of your motion.
I just did, and that I believe Mr. Smalley said that it was moot if it allowed the uses that were available in.
But I thought it was important to have in there that the footprint of the building, the
If
width.
I can make a, differentiation between that.
Yes.
So the change in uses or intensification of the uses would not trigger
Okay,
this.
right.
But the intensification or the increase of the footprint of the building or the height of the building would then trigger this.
Thank you for that. I missed that. Excuse me. So I would like to amend, and I would like to amend to include 5 to be, there will not be no increase in either the footprint or the height of the building will be allowed.
And the second,
I'll amend it.
All right, we got an amended motion and an amended second. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. The motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Safford abstaining.
Thank you for
Thanks.
that discussion.
Next is item B. This is ordinance 26-09, FP&L meter installation above FEMA required flood elevation. This is a legislative agenda item and first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 26-09. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 15th, 2026 at 9 a.m. or at any time, another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Division 3, Section 34-638 of the Land Development Code, creating a new exception to minimum setback requirements, reducing minimum setbacks to accommodate new Florida power and light requirements for platforms to locate and provide service to elevated electric meters, providing criteria and conditions for the permitted electric meter equipment and associated platform, access stairways and related structures, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Jason?
Hello again. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner here with the town. So before you today is a minor amendment to the Land Development Code. If I can just provide just a little context about how we got here and what staff has been seeing that sort of spurred this request for the change. So what we had been noticing is since the storm, it started out in drips and drabs. We would hear about it once or twice, but now it's become somewhat regular that in the midst of the development, not at the initial permitting phase, but after applicants have been already given permits and have functionally completed the project, FP&L shows up to install their meters. Well, it used to be that you could have a wall ladder to give access, or the people on site coming to read the meters or fix the meters would provide their own access to your meters. Since the storm, what I've been notified is FPL no longer does that. They expect you to provide access to these meters. And what they've been telling folks in the midst of their inspections, as the building is already up and vertical, is, oh, by the way, you've got to put a set of stairs or some other acceptable access where our meter readers and our technicians can step back, turn around, do the Macarena, whatever it is that they do up there. But what they're saying is that we can no longer provide just a set of climbing ladder to be sufficient. So what we've noticed here is that people are stuck in a bit of limbo. They now need a variance because we don't have code sections that would allow specifically for this type of incursion into particularly a side yard setback. And so they're being forced at the end of their build, as they thought everything was coming through, to now come in and either get a variance or somehow jump through hoops to satisfy both FP&L and the town's land development code. So staff has presented a alternative here. This is being requested to be put into the section that is by right carve-outs. This is differentiated from things that require you to pay for and apply for an administrative variance. We do have sections that deal with that. But this is in the allowances for any home that runs into this problem. The language is intended to satisfy what FP&L is requesting, which I believe is a minimum of 4 foot by 4 foot final platform and set of stairs that are of the width as required by Florida Building Code. I believe that's 36 inches, but I'll defer to the building official on the Florida Building Code requirements. The point being, this would allow for them, without applying for admin variance or paying the town $750 to solve this issue, to come in and develop this set of stairs that they're being told is required. Staff has put on there some what we think are common sense limitations. We've put in there a limitation on encroaching into easements. You cannot encroach into an easement as of today. So this just reiterates that these particular stairs wouldn't be allowed anything more than normal permitting would allow for. Secondly, what we're saying is that if the stairs do encroach into a required stormwater area, particularly the swales that need to be put on the side of new homes in most cases, that it would be the responsibility of the applicant either during build or after the fact, if FP&L has them do it once the house is built. They have to make sure that their stormwater system continues to function and is not cut off from the way that it was initially designed. So what you're seeing in the code language here provided to you is staff's concern that if you take advantage of this and need to use that area that was previously designed to provide stormwater attenuation, you are still responsible to make sure your stormwater system works on that site to the minimum Florida Water Management District standards. It's not a carve out for that requirement, even though we are being flexible with where the stairs need to be. I feel like I've rambled just a bit there, but if Town Council has any questions about staff's view on this, we're here to answer any of those questions.
I just want to add that other coastal communities that have endured hurricane-related flooding have already adopted similar type ordinances.
Jason, the concern that there's a couple, they're not concerns, but questions I have. You mentioned that FPL you think is 4x4, but in here it says minimum clearance of 5 feet. Would it make more sense to not necessarily say specific footage, but as to comply with required safety requirements of utilities or something along those lines?
I think that's absolutely relevant. We were just a little unsure whether FP&L said they want a 5x5 or a 4x4.
I think that would just cover any changes down the road should something happen. And the other thing that I don't see in here, I think that's important, is that these stairs are only accessible to this utility. You can't use them as to enter into the house. You can't use them to add an existing deck off the side of your house. They have to be specific to just the utility that it's being built for.
That is correct. And I think that's indicative of how we're seeing people notified about these things. They've already designed their home and they're being asked to effectively just put a set of stairs in a little corner or right on the side of the house. But that was an attempt to ensure that we're not creating a loophole or an incentive for people to do this and then create a little tiny Florida room or an additional playroom because they think they've been given this additional setback into the side yards. So yes, the language does limit how it can be used, what things it cannot turn into, and really reiterating that this is for service to FP&L's meters and nothing else.
Okay, I just see it says it's limited to non-habitable structures, but to me, that could be a deck.
Yeah.
That could be, someone could down the road, take a window out, put a slider in and build a deck off the side, you know, a sitting deck or something. That there's nothing in here that limits that.
In theory, that would be addressed at the review phase when we get into planning, because ostensibly they'd be asking to fill in this room inside of a reduced setback. So we're going to look at this and say, why are you telling us that you're only going to provide 3.5 feet on this enclosed room that you're talking about? Oh, this is your deck that you were allowed to have. Well, you can't enclose that. It says right there in the code, you can't do that. I think that would be our check on this.
But we're talking about an enclosed space. This is a non-enclosed space.
Right.
That could be a slider door. You want to walk out and have 2 chairs on a 3-foot deck out there to watch the sunset or sunrise. This, to me, doesn't cover that exception.
So I think we would probably just have to, I think the language does at least talk to that eventuality of this not turning into habitable space.
I guess the question is, do you consider a deck habitable space?
Depends on the circumstances, but
See, there we go.
if you're talking about putting a slider and then throwing a table on there, you got 4x4 or 5x5 to work with. I think it's somewhat self-limiting, but I do take your point. If somebody's slider is at the correct 7.5 foot setback, what stops them from putting a slider in there to access this deck? And I think that's where the limits specifically in the code, where it says this shall not turn into, this shall not be made into that type of space, at least gives the staff the ability to say, okay, what's going on here? What's the history of this thing? Why is this deck out here? Why are they saying that this deck is 3.5 foot setback when we know the house is 7.5 foot setback? It at least gives us some triggers to say, go and look into this a little bit more.
Councilor King, questions for Jason?
Nothing currently.
Scott?
Nothing current.
Rebecca?
No, but thank you for amending things as you go. I ran into this in my house, and we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars because the electric placement went in before everything else.
Indeed.
The swales were dug, the drainage, thousands. So I think you're probably seeing other things just like this that hopefully will come before us to make it easier for everyone.
Indeed.
Councilor McLean?
My question is, it seems like it's clear to you in your mind that this should not be an expansion of the use for living in the property. But I share the mayor's concerns that it's not restrictive enough of being for utility service. And I'm worried that this becomes the loophole that allows people to expand their decks further than they would be allowed. So I want to make sure that there's some protections in there. And it sounds like you're comfortable with it, but I'm think we need to tighten up non-habitable structures to also decks, not include decks
Maybe just
not used for utility
service only.
purposes
For
or
service.
service decks, because I think where I see this most likely happening is where you will have, your air conditioner unit, hopefully your background or backup generator and your electrical panel are all sitting there, and maybe your pool equipment underneath it or something. I kind of want to limit it to services as opposed to.
Yeah, where I see the loophole happening is in new construction. They're going to build a house and purposely put their utilities where these steps are to access an accessory unit inside the building that's going to be another short-term rental.
Gotcha.
That's where you're going to see the design happen. That's the loophole I think people would take. I certainly would if I was building a house, knowing that I could get away with it based on the loophole that's here.
So what I'm hearing from you is everybody would like to see a little bit more tightening up of the language, explicitly stating that no new doors, windows, accesses can be made to here to this deck area other than the approved set of stairs to allow access specifically for the utility holders. Something akin to that, making it more explicit.
That's what I'm requesting, please. Yes.
Okay.
Is there any appetite to include the air conditioners?
It's a good point. I think that, yes, because you're seeing a lot of air conditioners now having to be elevated. And I've talked to several people who are going through or having issues with trying to get what was there re-permitted as an elevated thing because it's encroaching into the setback.
Mhm.
So just trying to replace what was there is now dealing with issues. I think it should expand into any kind of, whether it's an air conditioner, should they choose to want to put it. And then some of them don't. They just put them on the pedestal that sits up there and they make them work off a ladder. But
Right, dangerously.
So if I can make one comment here about that. Recently, within the past year, I believe we actually added that carve out to allow for replacement of electrical and mechanical units in the exact same footprint that have to be elevated. Even with non-compliant setbacks, you have the ability to get that. And that's another carve out. That's not an accessory, or excuse me, administrative variance.
But from what I've heard, the challenge is trying to prove that a home that was destroyed from Hurricane Ian
Mhm.
had that. Unless you have a specific picture showing, staff is saying we have no way of verifying that existed pre-storm.
Right.
So you have to go through all the hoops and things that you have to go through to apply to encroach in the setback, even though it was there before. Much like we have to do when we had, remember after Ian, everybody had to try to track down that it was a habitable space before, and we had to go through that whole scenario. I think this is an opportunity to eliminate staff's work of having to say, sorry, Mr. or Mrs. Applicant, you have no proof showing that you had an elevated air conditioning structure
Mhm.
before the storm that encroached into a setback. You now have to go through this process to be able to achieve it.
Okay, so you're envisioning that the air conditioning units would also now be given allowance to be roughly 3.5 feet into these, let's say it's 7.5 foot setback. So that's going to provide for a minimum of 4 foot separation between your new elevated unit and your property line. Is that an allowance that you're envisioning?
I see where you're going with that. Well, you still have the fire, right? We had an issue in the past where the fire department said you had to have a minimum width of whatever 5.5 feet
Right.
between setbacks for life safety issues. I think that would still probably have to come into play for fire review.
Yeah, ostensibly you'd have to offset the units. You'd have to work with both unit holder or unit owners to put one maybe further back and one unit further forward so that they aren't in line with each other and only 3.5 feet of separation between your two AC units. But I'm getting a little bit too deep here. I don't want to talk about the fire code because
Right, no, I
that's
get it.
way beyond me.
I got it.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands that if we currently, this would allow for you to be, in most cases, 3.5 feet off of the side setbacks. It doesn't account for those areas that are allowed 5 feet through the cottage codes, because
Correct.
those explicitly disallow anything other than the primary structure to be reduced in setbacks.
Mhm.
But in most circumstances, we're talking about where either an AC unit, or in this case, also a set of stairs and a deck, would be allowed to be roughly 3.5 feet off of the side property line. If we assume that the other neighbor is going to take full advantage of the same thing, we've got roughly 7 feet separation between the furthest protrusion, which might be the deck or the AC unit.
Oh, I see where you're going with it. And maybe you have to, we certainly don't want people designing, at least I don't think I would want people designing new houses purposely putting the air conditioners to stick out beside the house. You're seeing a lot of designs where they're including them they're recessing them in.
Right.
So maybe it's current existing structures or something along those lines, not new structures. I'd hate to see people take advantage of something that we
Yes.
put in there. I don't want to create another problem trying to
Existing.
solve one.
I get it, but quite honestly, it's the new structures where we're seeing them pop up. It's folks that are just 2/3 of the way down the build and FPNL shows up and says, you guys didn't account for my guy being up there on the stairs. So I don't think it's easy enough to just say this is for new homes or existing homes only. Now we can go that route, but I think you're going to leave a large part of the population sort of out of being able to use this section.
John, anything else?
I think to Nancy's question, then I would limit it to the electrical meters and not include the AC or generators.
I agree. I think the AC stuff needs some more thought.
Okay.
Because
Fair enough.
some people do have doors because it is safer for your AC guy to work right there than do a ladder. So I think there's a little more thinking to do, but
Okay. No more questions? We're going to do public comment. Public comment. Anyone like to speak in public comment? Jim, you sure?
come on, Jim, you've not been quiet this long for as long
All
as I've
right.
known you.
We'll close public comment. Discussion or motion for ordinance 26-09 for the FPNL meter installation above FEMA required flood elevation. No discussion?
There is one scribblers there on page one. Actually, there's two on page 118. My name's spelled wrong and her name's really spelled wrong.
We've noticed that. We'll reach out to them and get it changed for the next reading.
Any other discussion? All right. No more. I will make a motion to move ordinance 26-09 to the second reading, and my screen just went down. Like, someone help me with what the exact date is.
June
June
15th.
15th at 9 a.m.
Yes.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Vice Mayor Safford. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
All right.
That motion carries unanimously. Next is item C. This is ordinance 26-08 for charter changes. This is a legislative agenda item and the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 26-08. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, proposing amendments to the Fort Myers Beach Town Charter, proposing charter amendments: 1, mandating ordinances required disclosure in quasi judicial hearings and prohibiting unlawful gifts; 2, revising the town council compensation process; 3, revising the term of the council seats filled by appointment; 4, clarifying the service of the interim mayor; 5, clarifying the qualifying period for the town council candidates; and 6, providing for the use of the Lee County Canvassing Board, providing for a referenda on the proposed charter amendments, providing for ballot titles and ballot summaries for each referenda, providing for direction to town clerk and coordination with the Lee County Supervisor of Elections, providing for filing the revised charter with the Florida Department of State, and providing for findings, conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. So since the last approval at the last meeting, the only changes that have been made to the draft ordinance is the inclusion of the Spanish translation of the ballot title. Also, there was a question regarding whether or not the language that would actually appear in the charter, if that would be on the ballot. And I researched that, and the answer is no. The only thing that would be on the ballot would be the yes or no question, followed by a explanation of what it does, a summary.
Okay. Well, Counselor Link, we'll start with you, since you seem to have the most questions at the first hearing. We'll start with you.
I am okay letting these move on to the residents to vote. I made my case last time, and I don't have anything else to add. I talked to Jim about a few things, so I think we're clear. There was one change, Nancy. I think you changed. I think it was the compensation. There was 4 years, 3 years, and that was corrected as well to 4.
That is correct. That was, thank you.
So
that
you
was
picked that
changed.
one up as well.
All right.
No new comments, Mayor.
Okay. Counselor McLean?
No, I have no new comments.
Counselor King.
Just like the new guy, no new comments.
Vice Mayor Safford.
No, I'm perfectly fine with it.
The only comments I've got is I have spoken to some people who have a little bit of hesitation on the appointment part of it, where not everyone is comfortable, as we talked about at the first meeting.
Mhm.
If, God forbid, something were to happen to one of the council members a day or two after they were appointed to the seat, that someone who was not elected by the people would then be sitting in that seat for the remainder of that 4 years. There's several people who are not comfortable, at least that I've talked to. I've spoken to more who are more uncomfortable with it than comfortable with it. I don't know if it's something that the council wants to discuss. I can honestly go either way, but I see their point about, in that scenario, you would be seated in for 2 years versus, or up to 2 years versus an entire 4 years. It's a lot of what ifs. I get it, but the point of elections is to put the people in place that you want. And this, I think, extends the power of the council at the time to be able to put someone in that seat for a much longer time than maybe the electorate would like to see.
I'm in agreement with you, as I stated last meeting.
So John, how do you feel about it? No new comments. Okay.
Let's go with that, yeah.
Okay. So if it's just two of us, then I'm not going to continue down that path, but it's just wanted to bring it up that is an issue.
I don't disagree with you. I think that it's most important that we ensure that we've got the split that we don't have a full slate that's being up for election. And I think that's what they were trying to do. And the other side of it is the voters will decide. I mean, if they support it, then they support it. If they don't, they don't.
Very true. Very true.
That
And
is question number 3.
Yeah.
That is
Correct.
question 3.
And I don't know that what I was trying to get at there was I lost my train of thought as soon as you said number 3. It made my brain go off. That's all right. It was. I don't think that keeping it the way that it is doesn't alter. It would just shift when 3 and when 2 get voted on, much like is happening this November. So whether it stays the same or it moves, it's not going to change how that 3-2 vote happens every other year. But to your point, it's going to go to the referendum and people will either vote for it or they won't. And it would just revert back then to what it is now. So that's a very good point.
You want me to make one more attempt? Or are you guys
Go ahead. But
tired?
no,
Okay, I'll make one more attempt. And this is what I had to weigh because I can see both sides of this issue. I like trying to eliminate the 4-1 split. I think that is so important. I think it is outweighed though, having somebody sit there for that long without it being a voter decision, I think trumps that. We never know. I was surprised in the short time I've been here how many people have either retired, chosen to step down, maybe had an illness. It happens and there's no planning it. It just randomly happens. So any change of your mind there, John?
I think we let the voters decide.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go.
I'm a proponent of letting the voters decide. I just wanted it on the record that
All right.
people are out there and if they decide they don't want it, it's not going to change. But
That's right.
there's no scenario whether it changes or doesn't where it's a 4 vote for council this time and 1 vote for another. At least that's the way I interpret it. Is that correct, Nancy? No matter what it ends up being, it's always going to be 3 and 2. It's never going to be a 4 and 1.
That is correct.
Unless
the way
Unless
it's
there's
written, the
unforeseen circumstances where
The way it's
multiple
written right now,
people,
it could be 4-1 or 5-0.
Yes.
Good,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
if multiple people, for whatever reason, are no longer able to serve, then yes, you could run into that situation. But typically that doesn't
That's
happen.
unlikely.
Well, technically you could do it with the way the changes are written. Technically 4 of us could have a heart attack tomorrow and then you would have 4 people that would be up for a vote under the same circumstances. So solving that issue by changing it, that's
Right.
the what ifs could be what ifs, but I'm comfortable with keeping it where it's at to let the voters decide. Is there a motion for the ordinance 26-08 for the charter
Is
changes?
there public comment?
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Thank you, Nancy. Public comment. Jim? No? No questions. All right, we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the council.
I'll go
Now-
ahead and move it.
All right, got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second. I also want to thank the Charter Review Committee. Jim, you did a fantastic job, you and your team. So thank you. A lot of heavy lifting going on. Now it's up to the voters to decide.
Yep.
So I
It should-
second.
Thank you,
should be.
Jim.
All right, if there's no other discussion, Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
Counselor McLean,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Thanks
think-
again, Jim.
Mayor, council, yes, you were decommissioned, I think, on the 7th.
They're fired.
Oh, Jim, thanks.
I think I speak for Amy as well. We want to thank the council and our chair of the Charter Commission for getting this done in a very timely manner because there is a very tight timeline to getting this to the supervisor, and we are now on schedule.
Love it. Thanks again, Jim.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody need to take a brief break?
I would like to fill up my water cup.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:15. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 11:15. Our next agenda item is administrative, and it is the continuation of last discussion of the fiscal year 26-27 budget hearing dates. Nancy, Amy, Will, who wants to,
Well, we had discussion last time, trying to select some dates
everybody get their calendars out?
Mhm.
for this. So staff, based on the conflicts that came up last week, we pushed it to this, our last council meeting, we pushed it to this one. Now we recommend the first budget hearing on Monday, September 14th, and the second
Monday.
and final budget hearing on Monday, September 28th.
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm sorry, these are our recommendations. Those would give us the proper 14-day interval between the two proposed hearing dates, both starting at 5:01 PM, I'd like to add as well.
I already made plans to be out of town that last week of October, assuming that we would have a meeting, or
This is
September, I'm
September.
sorry.
Including September 28th.
Yeah. So I'll be gone that entire week.
So may I interject here?
Please do.
Yeah.
I think last meeting you all agreed on the 23rd was a good date for you,
Yes.
which because of advertising requirements for the trim, excuse me, the ads and all that, we'd have to maybe go to Wednesday, the 2nd of September. I don't know how that works for everyone, or we,
Second or the 9th? Or is it
the 9th.
The ninth was,
I got a governor's conference on the 9th.
sorry, I was
That
the
was the
main
week.
conflict.
Oh, that's
The
right.
last
There were three
time is I'm
conflicts,
gonna
I
be in
believe.
France.
Yeah, there were multiple
What week is
conflicts with
that
the
for you?
9th.
The ninth.
I
week
can't
of
do
the
the
9th.
9th.
Well, it's the 4th through the 12th.
So I'm hearing the second, maybe?
I can do the 2nd.
I can do the 2nd.
I can do the 2nd.
Yep, I can do the second.
Is that okay with
Second
Joe?
it is?
Oh, wait, Joe is
That was,
saying the
issue.
earliest he could do it is the 3rd, but that's, the 3rd is Lee County's date. and
Correct. We can't do it
take
before
theirs.
Lee County, which is
Oh,
on
that's
this
right. Okay. on the
second.
Yes.
The 4th.
Hey, it's-
Oh, that's right before the holiday.
How about July 31st? Or August 31st, sorry, not July.
We
No,
can't
you
do it
still
Can't,
do it
before,
Joe
we
needs
can't
to,
do it before Lee County or at the same date as
Yeah.
Lee County, which is on September 2nd.
What about the 8th?
Once again, I'm away that
Oh, you're
entire
out of
week.
town. I'm sorry.
oh boy.
The new guy.
You're in
September
Betty,
23rd
is that
would be
right?
the first meeting, and then have a second one. Oh, we can't.
No, we
Can't.
have advertising requirements, 10 days in there.
Right.
And we, oh, that, you're gone that entire week, second week, right, John?
I am, yeah, and I planned that before I had even.
Yeah, no, I remember. I just couldn't remember if it was the entire week. The only date it seems it's going to work, unfortunately, is the 4th.
That's what I was just discussing with Tracy. I know it's a long weekend. I know it's a Friday, but it looks like that might be the only day
Mhm.
that we are going to have everybody here for that first meeting,
I won't be here for the 4th.
for the 4th.
Oh,
No, I
Or
fly
at
out
least 4 out of the 5.
midnight on the
Um,
3rd.
Can we do it with 4s? Going to
We-
be my next question.
The first meeting, yes, I believe we can do it with 4, right, Amy? It'll
you're
be
the
the
first
second
to watch
meeting
it.
where, well, I could also
Can you-
technically could also do it with 4 at the second meeting, but if there's something that requires a super majority, I obviously,
Right.
we
We
wouldn't
need
have
five.
enough of a council, so I'd really prefer all 5 for the
Can you
second.
do it?
But the 4th,
I
the first
can.
reading, yes.
It'll be in the middle of the
I
night.
can, but
We're
it
gonna
will
be
be
in the middle.
starting at like 11:30 at night, and then it goes for how many hours?
You've just lost
Many.
your 2 days.
I mean, let me put it this way. I will make every attempt to be able to zoom in. If not, I'm confident that my fellow counselors will be able to hash out what they need. And then when I get back, I will absolutely, review and speak with staff.
Are you going to be, I guess I should be on record. Are you going to be at a place where you can receive?
That's what I mean. I don't know.
You don't know
I
because
just
you don't
don't
know
know.
when you're going to be at your hotel or whatever.
Well, I assume I'll be at my hotel at 11:30 at night.
Oh, John, we know you. Come on.
That's all I can say is I will make every attempt to be available remotely.
So can we go
If-
back to the
if
9th and the
Counselor
23rd?
King can actually attend a meeting from a hospital bed, I can attend a meeting from a hotel room.
Setting the bar there, big, I don't know.
Coincidentally enough, I was at the bar.
You
Yeah.
gotta make sure your wife doesn't have anything planned the next day.
So should we just set it for the 9th and hopefully Counselor McLean can make it via, or what
No,
day?
The 4th would be better. The 4th would be better for me because I know where I'll be on the 4th, and I also know that my children won't all be with me on the 4th and on the 9th. It
Okay.
is the whole family together.
Well, it is what it is. I mean,
So are we back to
back to the 4th.
September 4th and then
Time.
for
And
the
what-
at 5:01 PM? And then the second meeting being
What day?
23rd, September 23rd
Yeah.
at 5:01 PM? Do we have all 5 at September 23rd, 5:01 PM?
I will be here for that, yes.
I'm here.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And may I interject one more time? What about your regular meeting for those days? Do you want them at, I think we suggested 1 PM those days, not 9 AM?
Oh, so you want to move the dates, is what you're saying for,
We don't currently have any September dates set, other than these 2 that you just set for budget only.
it's fine with me.
So from the 1st, moving it to the 4th for the regular meeting?
Right, we don't have the first scheduled yet, but on the 4th, we'd hold the regular business meeting at 1 PM and then go into budget at 5:01 or whenever the meeting is, the first meeting is over, as long as it's after 5:01 PM. And then on the 23rd, same thing, regular meeting at 1 PM, budget hearing after at least past 5:01
o'clock,
PM.
yep.
Okay, so we're just.
I'm gonna ask a question. Will, how many of your staff would have to be here on Friday if we did it on the 4th?
It would require all the directors, myself, the deputy.
So I would like us to weigh asking all those people to be here on a long weekend that may like to go out of town. That's a big ask. Versus what John had recommended, that he is okay if he can make it, maybe not, but he will be fully up to speed for our second one. And that way we're not inconveniencing so many staff on a long weekend. Do you have some thoughts about that, John?
Before, if I can, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
please.
before I say that, that would be my preference, that all the directors and of course the finance director and the 2 executive leaders be here. However, I will, like we always do, we'll work with the directors to ensure that their second is ready to speak on those matters if they have a family vacation or something planned. I'm not going to be so
Right.
hard as to, make them change any plans to be here for that. But the staff will be prepared regardless.
And I appreciate you guys accommodating us. I'm just making sure we're,
Okay, you want to reiterate one more time, Amy, of the times of
I
all
will.
4 meetings, just so everybody.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, on Friday, September 4th at 1 PM, we'll have the regular town council meeting, and starting at 5:01 PM or later, depending on what time the regular meeting gets over, the budget here, the first round of budget hearings. Then the second meeting will be on Wednesday, September 23rd, 1 o'clock again for the regular business meeting, and 5:01 or later, depending on what time the regular meeting gets over for the final budget hearings.
Got it.
got it.
Okay,
Thank you all very much.
Do we need a motion?
yes,
Okay.
please.
I will make a motion to approve the said dates and times as laid out by the town clerk previously.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussions? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. The next item is a special event for the Festival of the Arts. This is an approval of a special event for the Fort Myers Beach Festival of Arts to be held on January 23rd and 24th, 2027 at Times Square, Fort Myers Beach from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. as requested by Daniel Lynch of Blue Ribbon Events, including setup, event operations, and breakdown. Approximately 40 to 60 artists and vendor booths featuring fine art, handmade goods, artisan art crafts, boutique merchandise, artist demonstrations, possible bottled alcohol sales, and community art activities, along with portable restroom facilities and event support amenities, subject to further approval by the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District and Lee County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, for the record, my name is Nora Skipper. I'm the Special Events Coordinator in Digital Marketing for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. It's a pleasure to be with you this Monday. I currently have the applicant on a Zoom call, but we know how technology is, so I'm happy to be available, but I hope to let Danielle Lynch take it from here. Danielle, are you available?
I am available.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Does anybody have any questions? I have previously been on the island with other events. However, it's been a while since before Hurricane Ian visited. Pretty much going to be doing exactly the same thing that we used to do down in the Lovers Key location. That location is not going to be viable for a while due to the debris removal. So we are looking at bringing back 2 of the previous events and adding an additional third one to be able to bring handcrafted fine creations to the area. I feel that this could be an added benefit to the residents of Fort Myers Beach, as we are still struggling to have businesses up and running for the district. Does anybody have any questions on the layout or any of the logistics of the event?
Councilor McLean?
I don't have any questions.
Councilor Link?
Yes, Mayor, I have a couple questions. Hi, Danielle. My question first would be to Will. Are there any lessons learned? Tom Yazzo is not here, but anything that we learned from the markets that we've done in previous years that we might want to make any modifications? Now would be the time. Danielle, I'm wondering if there would be food and alcohol possibly, and perhaps we put those in areas where they're not competing with another establishment, try to have happy neighbors. Thoughts around those things and issues that we might be able to negate?
Perfect. So historically speaking for me, and again, I'm going to come from being a resident. I was a former resident of Fort Myers. I've also had multiple shop fronts in various sizes in areas where I've paid rent every single day. I traditionally, in a venue like this, do not bring any food or drink in. Instead, I like to support the local businesses. There are restaurants and things that are right in Times Square that I feel can provide those services. I generally bring in 2 additional portable bathrooms to facilitate our event patrons and also the artists, so that we are not overstressing any of the local municipality services. I have discussed with Nora if we need to provide for garbage removal daily, we will provide services for that as well. Historically speaking for me, I'm kind of known for my logistics. I run a very tight, clean ship. My load in and out are in a very professional, quick manner, or my participants don't participate with me. That's kind of the way that I sort of run. I have talked to Nora about some of my concerns with the ongoing improvements that are going down in Times Square, and I believe that her and I have discussed that closer to the date, like when I'm there in October. We will come down, look at the venue space, and talk about any changes to the map or anything to accommodate the new things that are happening in Times Square. I'm known for playing well with others, so anything that I can do to facilitate the businesses around it that we're not impacting them, I'm more than agreeable to.
Perfect, Danielle.
I did notice that one of the council members had talked about closed bottle sales. Nora and I had talked about on the application, I'm not intending on having any open container sales going on for liquor in any way, shape, or form, unless I was going to facilitate one of the not-for-profits to be able to generate income for their not-for-profit from that. But again, I'm more than easy to not have that happen. The other thing is when they said closed bottle sales, the way that happens is I do work with 3 different small craft distilleries that are in Florida that have special licenses where they are allowed to sell closed bottles. They can't provide any open things or anything like that, but they're allowed to sell their closed bottles for consumption off location at their own residence.
Perfect.
I wanted to clarify that was allowed with the municipality guide.
Danielle, thank you, and I'm sure you'll work together with Nora closer because things will change between now and then. That's my questions.
If I could address your question to me, Councilor Link, and then just Danielle, this is Will McCann, Town Manager. Thank you for working with Nora and the staff. I'd just like to reiterate that if the staff hasn't already asked you to, please definitely work with the business owners in the area where you'll be setting up to make sure that your layout is compliant, as not to restrict ingress or egress to their businesses. It sounds like you're already planning it that way, but I just want to reiterate that. And I, like, in advance, thank you for your flexibility. There will be some construction probably beginning, or there's possibly going to be some construction beginning around that time, if not before, in the Times Square area, as well as we have ongoing town projects. We will definitely work with you in advance to make sure that you can make the necessary adjustments. Thank you.
Perfect.
Danielle,
I did have one other.
go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't have an ability to raise my hand, so I apologize. But I did have one other question as far as the event usage space of Times Square down there. Nora and I have talked about some of my possible frustrations about the amount of events going on there preceding my 3 bigger events. Historically, I spend quite a bit of money on advertising, marketing, and promoting, not only for this event, but also to help out the businesses that are locally, if they're doing specials and things like that, which takes a lot of time, effort, and energy from me. I would really like to consider or propose to the council that possibly the proposal that I am not going to have a conflicting event that would compete with me within 2 weeks of my event. And so we have that conversation, please.
Well, I'm assuming you're referring to the farmer's market that goes on there every year.
I'm actually not referring to the farmer's market per se, because I'm very familiar with that, but I am referring to the quote holiday events that she was doing every single weekend in December of last year and in January. Those are direct competition for a larger scale holiday event. Farmers markets are set up different than a holiday art and craft show event. That is direct competition for a larger event like this.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Danielle, because I'm seeing direct competition with what you're potentially proposing here with alcohol sales and having the breweries in there for the businesses that are already existing. Now, if they're going to be providing the service, that's different for me versus you having another vendor come in and provide a service that the Times Square merchants are already providing. And then the other concern I have is I don't believe this time frame that Lynn Hall Park will be completed at that time. And I don't see anything in here referring to, you talked about your load in and your load out, but I don't see anything here saying where you're going to have all these people park. Just going to have them find their own spot, they're on their own, or have you worked with the staff to figure out a parking plan, whether it be under the bridge or somewhere else?
Yeah, so I'm going to do all of the above, but there are also some private lots that I know, again, I was a resident and I participated in Fruit Festival for many years as an artist. There are lots that I can go and talk to the owners to facilitate us to park at a set flat rate. Some of these owners have done that for other events, so I would be agreeable to going and doing that and providing my participants a reduced option for them versus parking in the municipality park.
And if you could also advertise the off-island parking where they can take, the bus for what, 75 cents?
Yeah, they're never
That
gonna
would
do
be
that.
huge.
They got to drive in and unload all their stuff, and they're never going to use that.
Well, I mean, guests.
Oh, guests for
Yeah,
sure.
guests.
Yeah, okay. Scott, any questions?
Yes, I have no problem with that. The other thing that the comments with the alcohol, I wanted to clarify that. Again, Nora and I had the conversation, and she'll tell you I said I'm not doing any open liquor sales. unless, as you said, let's put it in there just in case, because we want to cover our bases in one meeting. The only alcohol sales that I'm proposing at this point would be closed bottles for off-use consumption. So meaning, like, if there's a liquor store there, I didn't think there was a liquor store there, that would be direct competition. These people are not buying bottles to take to their car or to beach to drink. It's a closed steel bottle like they would purchase any place else, and then take it for future consumption. It would be like Caribbean Distillery is one of them, Everglades Distillery is another one that's listed there. They're both local, but again, they're not selling cocktails or anything like that. So I would love some clarification on that to make sure we're conforming with what the city wants.
Well, I mean, it's Fort Myers Beach. That sounds good on paper. But we all know, people are going to buy, if they can buy a 6-pack of beer from, they're going to take it out to the beach with them. And to me, that's the direct conflict with the Times Square merchants. So that I'm not comfortable with that, but I'm just one vote. That's just my 2 cents. But Scott, what were you going to say?
No, I've known Danielle for a number of years, and she puts on she does what she says she's going to do. So I'm super comfortable with her.
Well, yeah, for me, it's not about comfortability. It's about protecting those that are there 365 days a year. And how would that have an impact on what they're going to do or their business? We've all gotten the calls, and I'm not saying, Danielle, your people would do this, but you can only control so much. And I don't know about anybody else, but I got tired of getting calls saying, hey, they're blocking my business again. They're setting up blocking my business again. And then we got to send staff down there to be the heavy hand of the law to move them around, and nobody's happy. And again, Danielle, I'm not saying you're going to do that. I'm just saying it's more than likely going to happen because it's happened every single year, and it's nobody's fault. It's just the person thinks they could set up wherever they want. And I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that. And I won't reiterate my alcohol comments, but John?
Perfect.
Councilor
And I appreciate that. I know you haven't worked with me before at all, so I'm looking forward to working with you and bringing all of these events back to Fort Myers Beach. I think it's been all to say it's been a hell of a 5 years, and it would be nice to have lots of nice normal things back on the island. And I think this is a good starting point for it. I do feel that people are ready and are ready to come and to do some signature events there. We showed with the Sam Sculpting competition the last few years there, the impact of the extra tourism has been great. So anything that I can do to be agreeable with the city and stay within your guidelines, I am willing to work hand in hand with Norm.
So I think we would have liked to have seen maybe some public comment from some of the local businesses. I can think of a couple people that could have come and spoke for others. But I think, Danielle, as long as you're open to future discussions, because we may want to hear some things from our businesses that I haven't thought about. So if we do, Nora will take them to you, and cooperation is what it sounds like you're willing to do.
John?
Perfect. And then the other major development, I guess, that I'm not sure if everybody there is aware of, but Lee County has signed off on my event. We do have an agreement in place. We will be having a uniformed officer on location and a vehicle from 11 to 3 on both Saturday and Sunday during peak hours to make sure that we're not having any traffic obstacles or any businesses being blocked or anything else. They will be on my payroll from 11 to 3 on both during the busiest times of all of those events to make sure that everything is running smooth.
I'll try it, John.
Thank you. I guess if I'm understanding correctly, I've got a problem with blocking out a week ahead and a week after if somebody has already been doing that on this island previously. That bothers me, and calling it competition. I think this island would welcome difference from week to week. So I just don't see that as something that I could agree to.
And I can appreciate that. I'm not asking for you to block out a week before or a week after. A week after doesn't do any good. The only thing that I'm asking for is consideration that they're not running a duplicate exact event. Again, farmers markets are completely different than an art and craft show. They are structured totally different. They draw different people to them historically. Farmers markets are supposed to be providing selling local food and other type things that they can't get in the stores versus more of the handcrafted items. So that's the only clarification again is I'm saying, it's unfair to expect me to invest a lot of money in a community if for the 2 weeks before I'm going to be there for a proposed larger event, there are 2 other exact same events in some way, shape, or form going on. That's the consideration I'm looking for.
This is Abigail Eberhardt. I spearhead this process with Nora. We process these applications and these permits in the order they are received. Danielle, yours was received first. However, we are currently processing the other special permit application, and we do not find a conflict. And so we will be moving forward with processing that permit in the order of fairness. We have to give everyone an opportunity to have an event. And as long as processes are followed, we feel comfortable submitting and allowing that permit to move forward. So the farmers market will be moving forward contingent on LCSO and fire approval and this council's approval.
I have a question, if you don't mind, Abigail and Nora. I'm not sure that it's permitted, but I love the bike parade every year. Do we know what date that's going to occur this coming year?
The bike parade?
December 19th.
December
Okay.
19th.
We do not have an application for that yet. I was talking about the farmers market just then.
Technically, it doesn't require
Okay.
a permit because it's a public road, but we will be filing a permit like we did last year.
So didn't Danielle say that the farmer's market does not compete with her event? So it sounds like we're okay. Danielle, do you agree? Did I hear you right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not discussing the quote farmer's market. What I'm discussing, and Nora can probably back me up on this,
The holiday
I'm
market.
discussing the other
Yeah.
quote holiday art and craft shows that 41 markets or whatever did, in addition to the farmer's market. So there were events that were both Saturday and Sunday and were considered to be an art and craft show, not the farmer's market. They were structured different. That's what I'm asking for clarification on.
So in my discussion, there were previous events, and there has been an application that is currently in processing for the June 15th council that encompasses a broad scope of events from a Miss Linda Miller. That event is what we've traditionally seen as the events that have been happening in Santini Plaza, as well as Times Square. And that is what I believe she is referring to in terms of their request for occasional Thursdays, Saturdays, or Fridays that can sometimes overlap. And that application Linda Miller has sent to me, there are a couple dates that have overlapped. And in order of fairness, that's why these 2027 events have been pushed in front of you today. So obviously I leave the discretion to you, but that is currently what I've been seeing from my end in terms of the requests. To make it simplistic, I've requested the applicants to put all of their requested events to more bunch them together so we're not having staff time and council time to continually approve. So we will be seeing in that blue sheet a larger scope event of Linda Miller's requests from both Santini Plaza as well as the Times Square event. Again, I leave the discretion to you, but that is currently what I'm seeing in terms of a couple conflicts. These events are much more limited in scope than what I've seen from Linda Miller in terms of dates. But that is just what I wanted for your information to put forward.
Thank you.
Of course.
Well, I agree with Abby. It's kind of first come, first serve. You got to be fair, right?
Correct.
So I'm not a fan of saying, you get a week buffer. To me, it doesn't. I would hope people would want to do the same. I don't know. They're the same vendors. Maybe they're not even the same vendors. I don't know. But I'm not opposed to approving this. And if nobody is against if I'm the only one against the booth that's going to sell alcohol, then, I'm the only one. But I just think that's not fair to the businesses that are there, again, every single day selling the exact same thing.
Of course.
So does anybody else have that issue that I have?
Well,
with the box sale, I guess it would be bottled sale, however you worded it here. But possible bottled alcohol.
Yeah, it's possible excluding, there is a liquor store there now, not in Times Square, but
Right.
in the district.
Nobody else? Okay, then someone make a motion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
And
wondering.
Mr. Mayor, I want to
Yeah.
clarify here. It's for open container of the entire Times Square. So they could purchase from Buffalo, they could purchase from Las Olas and bring it into Times Square and drink.
That's not what it says.
I think it is. They want open container for all of Times
I
Square.
don't see anything here that says open container. I see possible bottled alcohol sales.
They asked for open container ordinance.
For the special events.
So
Mayor's
they did ask for an open container waiver on their application. In terms of the vendors that are applying to this event, it is just simple bottled sales. I wanted to give maximum flexibility in case for the permit, in case someone decides to open it, if that was what the applicant was requesting, then I wanted to put that forward to you.
We don't imagine they're going to buy it and then hold it, not drink it. We find that.
But that's opposite of what Danielle said.
Yeah, can we remove that from the application,
it.
open containers?
I don't have an issue with if someone's going to buy a beer from La Ola and they're going to walk through the event in Times Square. I don't have an issue with that. Where I have an issue is if I'm selling knickknacks and I also decide if this is approved as written, I want to sell you a 6-pack of Coors Light based on the way it's worded, I could do that. I'm not, Danielle, I'm just saying based on the way it's worded, I could technically do that.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm trying to eliminate. I'm not against if you want to buy a beer from one of the restaurants or one of the merchants and you're walking through Times Square. I'm just trying to protect Times Square merchants from someone that's selling me a plaque that says Dan's Place, also says, oh, by the way, for an extra $1, I'll throw in a 6-pack of beer.
So I think it has to be one or the other. I don't think we can
That's a
sell
deal.
alcohol. It either has to be open container or not. I don't think we can sell alcohol and then just hope they don't open it. It's kind of like in New Orleans with a drive-through daiquiri. You kind of assume they're going to drink and drive. So I think there needs to be open container, or we don't allow any sale of alcohol, even if it's from the vendor booth. Does that make sense?
I would agree.
We're saying the same thing, but
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
we're saying the same thing, but when you say possible bottled alcohol sales, to me, that means any vendor that wants to sell alcohol can do it.
Correct. Yeah. So
I-
it's we can.
I don't think it has to be one. I don't think it has to be one or the other. You can allow open container, but you're not allowing the sale of it. The people that can sell it already are licensed to sell it. This is giving the ability to those who don't have the license to sell it to be able to sell
Well,
it.
then
To
we,
your point,
right. Then, so we need to disallow that from happening with this event.
I would feel comfortable saying possible bottled sales removed
Okay.
and change that to open. For those timeframes, allowing open container in the Times Square area.
Perfect.
Because
Which
now at
means-
least the vendors that are currently there, shouldn't say vendors, but the businesses that are there can sell it. But the people that are there to sell Dan's Place signs or whatever they're selling can't also do it.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to
So
avoid.
Danielle, that would mean that if you have any
I
vendors
concur.
that are breweries, they cannot sell their products. Just so we're all clear.
Correct.
I'm with you, Mayor.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Then we will.
For clarification, no closed bottle sales of any type.
Correct.
Whether it be a winery or a 6-pack of special beer.
Correct.
Right,
I
okay.
just think it's fair to the property
Yeah.
owners that are there doing that currently. And they're not here to defend themselves, but I bet if they were sitting here, they would have a problem with that. I certainly would if I owned Lola or I owned one of the other businesses there.
No, of course. Of course.
But you understand, Danielle, what I'm getting at, right? I think.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with it. Some cities let me, some don't. It's all good. It does one booth. It doesn't matter to me.
Understood. You have any objection to that, Scott?
No, I don't. As long as Danielle's okay with it.
Okay.
I see your point of view, and then
So no food, no alcohol. We won't compete with restaurants or with businesses.
Does it say specifically
I
anything
didn't
about
say
food?
food. I mean, people are selling dips and,
Well, that's my other question. I thought you said you weren't selling food. There wouldn't be food vendors.
No, historically, I don't bring any hot food in at all. If there are businesses that support that already, which there are in Times Square. The only food that I would possibly bring in would be like a kettle corn person or a hot nut person. Somebody like that, it's like a grab and go, sort of munch while you're walking sort of thing would be it. Like a carny type food thing, not regular food. They have a small impact, they usually sell one item. I never have more than 2 of them at an event.
Okay.
John?
I'm good.
All right. Is there a motion for the special event for which one are we on? This is the Arts Festival of the Arts. I will make a motion to approve the special event permit for the Festival of the Arts to include open container during the hours of the event in the Times Square area, contained to the area that's in the map, and no bottled alcohol sales. Is that clear enough?
Absolutely.
I'll second that.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
All right.
That motion carries unanimously. Next is a special event for the Holly Jolly Market. This is approval of a special event for the Holly Jolly Market to be held on December 19th and December 20th, 2026 at Times Square, Fort Myers Beach from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. as requested by Daniel Lynch of the Blue Ribbons Events, including approximately 40 to 60 artists and vendor booths featuring homemade goods, holiday gifts, art, fine crafts, boutique merchandise, and bottled alcohol sales, along with portable restroom facilities and event support amenities, subject to further approval by the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District and the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Danielle? Still there?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it will be structured pretty much the same, but this is a holiday market, so you're not looking at as much fine art and craft, the big wall paintings and things like that. They will be more of that sort of $100 and below price point, where it's a more giftable item where they can purchase many gifts instead of just large pieces.
Any questions? Scott?
No, sir.
John?
Nothing.
Rebecca?
No.
John?
Nope.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? I'll make a motion to approve the special event for Holly Jolly Market to include open container as previously discussed in the previous special event to be confined to the Times Square area and no bottled alcohol sales.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor McLean? Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. The last of our special events is for Mermaid Fest. This is seeking approval of a special event for Mermaid Fest to be held April 17th and 18th, 2027 at Times Square, Fort Myers Beach from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. as requested by Daniel Lynch of Blue Ribbon Events, including setup, event operations, and breakdown approximately 40 to 60 artists and vendor booths featuring nature and Florida-themed art, handmade goods, educational nonprofit participation, environmental awareness activities, wellness demonstrations, the Mermaid Contest with cash awards and related event support amenities, along with portable restroom facilities, subject to further approval from the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District and Lee County Sheriff's Office. Danielle, you want to add anything to this one?
Well, this was my very first event ever as a show promoter, and I'm bringing it back to the island after it hasn't been there, I think, for 5 or 6 years. So this one's near and dear to my heart. This is a little more of an ecological thing. I mean, I had turtle time out there and all the local businesses way back when, teaching the public about what we can do to help save our waterways and our beaches, along with a lot of the artists that are chosen to participate are ones that are maybe a little more nature themed. They might be upcyclers or recyclers, but they're also people who are featuring a lot of our marvelous creatures through paintings and photographies and things like that, where it's definitely a little more ecologically driven. Structured pretty much the same way on the sizing and everything, but there is a mission on this one.
Okay. Counselor McLean, any questions?
No, I love it.
Counselor Link?
No, I like this one as well.
Vice Mayor Safford?
No, when she had it at Lover's Key, I attended. It's great.
Bottled sales here?
I can't recall.
Did you go as a merman?
Scott
The
took it
answer
down.
must have been yes. All right. Counselor King?
I just want to know if he went as a merman.
What's that?
I just want to know if Vice Mayor went as a merman.
I did have a merman at the last one, and he actually won second place.
Oh, cool.
You
Then no
just-
further questions.
There's a challenge.
You just gave Counselor King a goal to hit. The world's largest mermaid. Man-made. All right. Is there a motion to approve the special event for the Mermaid Fest on April 17th and 18th in Times Square from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
So moved. I want to see.
Second.
King in a mermaid suit.
Got his motion by Counselor Link, seconded by Vice Mayor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Link,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor McLean,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thanks, Danielle. Look forward to it.
Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you, folks. I'm happy to be back.
Thank you. Thanks, Nora.
All right, our next administrative agenda item is Resolution 26-016. It's a quitclaim deed to the Johnsons. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the conveyance of certain real property by quitclaim deed to Christopher Lee Johnson and Mary Susan Johnson, authorizing the town manager to execute said quitclaim deed, authorizing all appropriate town officials to take all necessary actions to effectuate the conveyance and providing an effective date. Nancy or Will or whomever?
I drafted the quitclaim deed, but I don't have too much information about the background. I think this one was one Frankie had worked on.
Yeah, I don't see an address or a parcel number. So I had trouble looking this up.
Yeah.
Page 202 for anyone looking.
Thank you.
Yeah, on
See if
206
I
too.
can
It's not there
find
yet.
it.
Yeah, 206, no parcel.
The deed itself lists 6231 Estero Boulevard.
That's us.
That's ours.
Oh, yeah, duh.
I don't think we want to quitclaim this over quite
No,
yet. do we?
not yet, for
So
$10.
the deed has, on page
390,
206,
369 Madison Court.
it does have the legal description, but I don't have the, yeah, there, you're correct, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
369 Madison Court. We did not get the parcel ID number, but there should be a blue sheet that explains.
The blue sheet, I think, is 202.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep.
So apparently there's, I think you had a similar request before you at a prior meeting where someone was trying to put in a swimming pool and there was a concern
Yes.
about erosion next to the seawall. And I believe this is basically a similar situation where they want to repair their seawall. The issue becomes who has ownership of the area where the seawall and the water is. And instead of getting into protracted title litigation over the submerged lands, from a legal perspective, the recommendation is to just provide a quitclaim, which means if the town has any type of ownership of the land at issue, we are conveying it. We may have absolutely no title, ownership, interest at all. But to actually go through that process and figure out do we or do we not would be very time consuming and costly. I don't believe there's any type of specific need for this area that's identified in the deed that the town has a use for. And I'll defer to you, Will. And
No, that is
and
correct,
staff.
Nancy.
I
Thank
don't
you.
know Who
Thank
else
you for
is
that.
working on this?
It was the community development team, Frankie working with the property owner, similar to, as you mentioned, Nancy, other properties, working on the, on their property, wanting to do work on their property where there's some, seawall issues or town property issues. Georgina, do you have any more details than that? It's okay if you don't right now. Okay. So it falls in the same line as previous quitclaim deeds we've done like this so far. And that's all additional I have.
There's just a couple Scrivener's errors that
Okay.
are on page 204. There's no names listed next to any of the positions. And then also under the town of Fort Myers Beach, it's got me listed as Dan Adler's, not Allers. Just want to make sure that those get cleaned up before.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Mr. Stafford has a problem with that.
No, thank you for pointing those out.
So
Those
does
will be-
Rebecca King.
Those will be corrected.
What page is it? 205.
205.
204 and 205,
Yeah.
some errors on those. Yep.
Nancy, are you comfortable with everything that's in here?
Yes,
The-
yes. I
Legally,
think-
everything's here that needs to be here with the exception of those Scrivener's errors?
No, honestly, I think that it really helps as far as risk management for
Yes.
the town.
Okay.
I concur.
All right, is there a motion to approve or deny Resolution 26-01 or 106 for the quick claim deed to the Johnsons?
I'll make a motion to move this forward, Mayor.
Okay, motion by Counselor Link,
I'll second it.
seconded by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? Counselor Link,
I approve.
Counselor McLean,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. It brings us to item F, which is Resolution 26-124, Mayor execute mod number 2 to FDEM contract D1502. This is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Lee County, Florida, delegating authority to the mayor to execute modification number 2 to subgrant agreement contract number 1502 between the Florida Division of Emergency Management and the town of Fort Myers Beach to extend contract number 1502 to December 31st, 2026, and providing an effective date. Chad?
Chad, please.
Morning. Just.
Good afternoon. Yep. Chad Schutz for the record. So this is the FDIM grant that has been funding our beach projects, including the dune plantings that we will be doing more of, and extending this will give us the time to get all of this done. Just well, with all the repeat hurricanes we've been having over the years, we needed to extend it.
And FDM doesn't have an issue with extending this?
Correct. This is
Their
their agreement and their mod that they provided for us, and just authorizing you as mayor to execute with the council's approval.
Counselor King, any questions?
None.
Vice Mayor Safford?
None.
Counselor Link?
Yeah, I just have one question, Chad. I'm reading, it looked like that contract expired on March 31st, 2026, so it can be extended retroactive?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that- Okay, thank you for that.
Counselor McLean?
No questions.
All right, thanks, Chad. That's all we need.
No worries.
Is there a motion for Resolution 26-124 for the mayor execute mod number 2 of FDEM contract D1502?
I'm all about executing mayor, so I'll move that.
Oh,
Oops,
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Inside voice, John. Got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
got a second by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor McLean.
Aye.
Counselor Link,
aye.
Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Item G, this is Resolution 26-125, Florida Forest Service Technical Assistance Grant. This is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the proposal from Natural Resource Planning Services, Inc., DBA Legacy Arborist Services to create a tree canopy analysis, tree inventory, and urban forestry management plan to be paid by the Florida Forestry Service with an in-kind match from the town using grant funds from the FDEM LAP D1502, authorizing the mayor to sign the acceptance of the proposal and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Yes, so it's a little bit of a funky grant that atypical, where we're not actually the grantee. The FDAX is the grantee, and then they are contracting directly with the vendor, and we are receiving the services. The in-kind grant we'll be doing, we've already done more than enough plantings with our dune plantings that they would have accepted, and we will also be planting additional trees at beach accesses, which will meet the in-kind match that they are asking for.
Councilor McLean, any questions for Chad?
Yeah, I was a little bit confused about the swap for dune planting versus shade, and it appears that it's all within the same budgetary envelope, but could you just explain that a little bit for me?
The match?
No, the swap, it said. There was, town is already under contract with Earthbounds Corporation to provide dune plantings, the amount not to exceed, and then the payment to Earthbounds for future would be the same amount of LAS's services.
Right,
This
so Earth-
wasn't clear to me.
Sure. So Earth Balance is also going to be planting some salt-tolerant trees at our beach accesses, so that will be the canopy, a more traditional, tree-to-tree match, so to speak. But in talking with FDAX, they would have accepted the dune plantings in and of themselves as a match. Does that answer your question? So Earth Balance, it's going to be, that did our dune plantings. They're also going to be coming back and doing additional plantings. for us. And those additional plantings will include some canopy trees at our beach accesses.
Now I understand. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Chad, this one gave me a headache.
Sorry, I
No,
apologize.
it's not your fault. I was just trying to figure out who's on first
Yeah,
yesterday, and it took me a while. So my question is, we are looking at the proposal from LAS, right?
correct.
And agreeing that they can do a canopy analysis for us for 2,000 and down, let's see.
$8 per tree for the inventory.
Yeah, the $15,000 urban forest management plan phase 2. And then the one that freaked me a little bit was the $8 tree.
Right.
So why, can you help me understand why we need this and what it will do for us for them to, kind of survey our trees and see what we have?
Sure. So I think one of the more interesting outcomes of this will be, and it's a little bit of an academic exercise, but they will be looking at a before and after canopy analysis of Hurricane Ian to see what survived and what didn't, and that will help us manage our canopy better in future tree plantings, what works and what doesn't. They'll also be analyzing opportunities for tree plantings, looking at our right-of-ways, on side streets. A pipe dream of mine is to go to these different neighborhoods and say, hey, do we want to do a tree theme in your neighborhood? What do you want to plant? We're already starting to do that up on the North Estero with a previous FDAX grant that we got, and going to do some royal palms and flowering canopy trees up there. And I think, continuing that up the side streets where neighborhoods are open to it. And what this grant will do is identify those opportunities where we do have right-of-way space, absent of, telephone lines and lights, et cetera. So they look at kind of everything, all the different facets of urban forestry planning, and will give us a better understanding of what we have and a path forward.
Okay, so my one concern is so for every one of those trees they cite and they put on a plan,
Mhm.
that's an $8
Mhm.
expense, right? So this seems to be open-ended.
Right.
Can we put a limit on it, or do we
What's-
have any idea how many trees we have?
FDAX is covering the cost, so I guess I don't understand
Okay.
what the concern is.
Okay, so it wouldn't be us,
There's no
whatever
cost to
it
the
is.
town.
Correct.
None for the town.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
Is that better?
That helps. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions for Chad? All right. Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome.
All right. If there's no other discussion, is there a motion for Resolution 26-125, Florida Forest Service Technical Assistance Grant?
So moved.
I'll
Motion
second.
by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Link. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Item H, this is a resolution 26-122 for STA number 12, Carlos Circle Drainage Tetra Tech. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the town manager or his designee to approve fundamental task authority STA number 12 in the amount of $92,840 with Tetra Tech under RFQ-22-25-AD for Carlos Circle drainage improvements for utilities and providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to the continuation of this project into a new fiscal year, the scope provides, this will provide us for completion of design, hopefully finalization and permitting, and construction phase support. So if there's any questions about where the funding's coming from or any details, Jeff can step up and answer those.
Counselor King?
Well, I always like to
Yeah.
beat Scott about funding, so.
Got to come up with some new questions.
Good afternoon. Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. This is coming out of the Stormwater Fund. This is kind of tier 1.2. So, we added on a number of projects onto tier 1 once we saw that the vulnerability study showed some more areas. So we did a little bit at Fairview. We did Seaview, some drainage there, and then this was another one on Carlos Circle.
Thank you.
Do you foresee more of these popping up, or is this it?
No, they're with this, the tier 1. We
Yeah.
do have other drainage from our vulnerability assessment, we did have other ones that are identified. It's just now identifying additional funds through maybe appropriations or those kind of things to get the funds to do that. I know there's, you probably hear it too. My street floods. So we're always looking at new ways to improve. We just need to find a little bit more money to do those projects. But there's a number of sites that we did identify as needing a little bit more help.
Thank you.
Could you tell me where Carlos Circle drainage is? What?
Carlos Circle is on the north end of town, kind of by.
I couldn't narrow it down.
Towards
there.
Pink Shell,
It's up by
halfway between
7-Eleven.
Pink Shell and by 7-Eleven,
Oh,
yeah.
that's 7-Eleven. Okay.
North Tower, that area.
Okay. Is that John? You have-
It's the only road up there that goes off a stairwell and comes back to a stairwell.
Yeah, it's a loop circle.
Oh, I know where you mean. Okay, thank you.
Just past Lagoon. Yeah, you got Lagoon, then Carlos.
Got it.
Counselor King, questions? Nothing?
Well, if I
Question?
said king.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I meant to say,
But he looked that one.
well, I got a king here and a king here and I got kings everywhere.
3 kings?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Oh,
Thanks,
Dan, Mr. Mayor, you got any questions?
No.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions? If not, is there a motion for resolution 26-122 for STA number 12 for Carlos Circle Drainage Tetra Tech?
I'll make a motion for that, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Counselor McLean has made the motion. I'll second. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Brings us to our last resolution. This is Resolution 26-098, lien reduction request, CE case number 202-40994, rescheduled to June 1st, 2026 from 5/18 at the request of Himmesltein Associates LLC. This is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach not reducing the amount of lien due and owing the town from $16,250 plus $250 in administrative costs for a total of $16,500 to zero as requested by Himmesltein Associates LLC for a violation of keeping or maintaining on the property, keeping or maintaining in non-compliant structures and or shipping container on the property which was not built to current flood design codes in a special hazard area in section 6-494 of the FMB Code of Ordinances, providing for an effective date.
Yes, sir. So we've got this obviously on here. As I made clear in the packet, as town manager, my recommendation is for no lien reduction. I've got the code manager here to speak to the case in more detail if necessary, right, Michael? From the town side?
Yes, sir.
And then I think we have representation from Himmesltein.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to start with Michael first.
Yes, this stems from a code enforcement case, special magistrate order entered on September 2nd, 2025, imposing $16,500 in liens against the property owner. The original notice was issued on October 17th, 2024, providing the compliance date for the violation to be November 16th, 2024. That was held before the special magistrate and found in violation on January 7th, 2025 for the storage of shipping containers on the property where it was not permitted. Property owner failed to come into compliance with that order by March 1st, 2025. Following that, his status hearing was held on March 4th, 2025, certifying that the fines would accrue. And then following that, a status fine and position hearing was held, imposing the $16,500 fine.
So I'm just going to add that the special magistrate's order, just so everyone is on the same page, is on page 285 of your packet. And the certification of the lien amount is on page 287.
Councilor McLean, any questions for Mike?
Not of Mike. Thank you.
You're welcome. Counselor Lake?
No, this was an awful lot of reading. Thank you. No questions though.
Counselor Kate?
Nothing currently.
All right.
So I can summarize very quickly, and then I'll turn it over to
Okay.
counsel who's representing Himmesltein Associates. So after the special magistrate rendered his order, the order was recorded in the public records. Your code provides a process to allow a property owner to come to you and request a reduction of any recorded liens. And that occurred, and your code, basically that request first goes to the town manager, who reviews it and can, in certain circumstances, provide a satisfaction. If there's full payment, they're going to do a satisfaction and release the lien. However, if it is a mere reduction, there are criteria that the town manager needs to evaluate and thereafter render a decision whether or not he approves or denies the request for the reduction. And just to keep everybody together, on page 290 is Will's letter dated May the 5th. And Mr. Hartzell is here representing Himmesltein and Associates, who disagree with the denial and will provide argument and facts to you. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Fair
fair.
summary, huh?
Thank you.
Okay.
Great summary. Robert Hartzell, Hartzell Azari, PA, on behalf of Himmesltein Associates. If you mind if I approach the clerk to hand her I have a timeline that'll just help us. I want to go through the timeline with you of what happened.
Was this timeline also presented to the special magistrate? I'm asking.
No, because, well, go ahead.
No, the reason it wasn't presented to the special magistrate is because I just made it the other day in order to come here for the lien reduction. So it's to explain the special circumstances that happened to Mr. Himmesltein.
Is there a reason why you didn't
Mayor,
prepare this in advance for the special magistrate hearing?
I did not go to the special magistrate hearing. We actually, when there was the lien filing, we had agreed with counsel to go ahead and file that.
Okay.
So that was not objected to.
It was not argued at that meeting. I think you did have a representative there, but they are within their rights to come to you to ask for a reduction. The magistrate was looking at the facts that code presented to him and did his determination again based on his written certification of the lien that I pointed out, and he imposed the lien. But once the lien is imposed, your code does allow, and all jurisdictions do, a process to show mitigating factors that the magistrate would not take into consideration. 'Cause the
Understood. I was just
magistrate-
curious if this document had been seen before, that's all.
No, I don't
Okay.
believe it has been.
That was the only question.
And Mr. Mayor, we're here hat in hand. We understand it's just the discretion of this board, and we're asking for some relief from the 16,000. And when we went to the DOA hearings, we weren't objecting. We weren't saying like, hey, we didn't do it wrong. But as I'll show you, what we did is we got a permit. We got a temporary permit for the containers from the city. We did everything we were asked to do.
Do you have a copy of that permit and the site layout?
That should be, it should be in your records. I did not bring it with me.
I'm just curious if the permit and the site layout that you provided to get the permit matched what was actually put on the property.
Here's the,
I can answer that.
yes.
Okay. Come on up and
I originally applied for a permit and.
Got to move up and identify yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm Jeff Walker. I'm a representative of Robert. I help manage his properties. I applied for a temporary permit back in 2023 for the containers while we're rebuilding the building. I put them in the wrong location on the plan, at which I realized my mistake on a Friday at 3 o'clock. I emailed because I was in contact with Kendra Rosa. I emailed her the new location, and I reiterated it several times to see if that was approved or not. I finally got, yes, we're okay to go. At that point, I was under the assumption that where I was putting them was where I had, corrected. I never got a denial that that wasn't a place to put them.
But
But
you said when you applied for the permit,
this is a temporary
the-
placement permit for them.
but your
Yeah.
site layout did not match where you placed,
The site layout,
containers.
the second one I replaced,
but
or
not the original one that you.
not the original one, but the second one was. I was
Then-
never told that when I put the second one through, that that was not acceptable.
You didn't have a meeting with Frankie Kopacik?
Not on that,
specifically
no.
Talking about
No.
that they had to be moved from that location?
No, I never did.
Okay. That's not what
I was
heard.
never told that they had to be removed from that location because I sent all the email chain to the city to explain to them that within, immediately after I submitted, I realized I made a mistake and I resubmitted the new diagram. And I never got a response back one way or the other until the permit was approved. No one ever said, no, you can't put them there.
Did you ever go back in and talk to staff once you realized that staff said you were in violation? We had this discussion and no one ever told me I could or couldn't do it. I'm just wondering,
No.
I'm just trying to
Not that I
understand what the
recall, no.
conversations
The
happened.
violation came from after the permit was issued, the containers were placed. Then FEMA came in and said, hey, these have to go. They're not secured to the ground. They have to go or you're going to lose your FEMA certificate, right? So what they did is they went back in and tried to re-permit them on platforms in order to make them FEMA compliant. So it was a second set of permitting that was going through, which held up the magistrate hearings. And that's why there's a big time gap. And if you could look at the timeline, there's a time gap that we were waiting for the permits to be processed for placing the containers FEMA compliant on platforms. From the last compliance hearing, I think it was the day after,
Right.
they did not issue the permit. We paid $600 something for permit fees. The permit did not get issued, got denied. And then, everybody was going through the same thing at the same time, trying to move stuff here, trying to recover from the hurricane. These guys had a CO for their business 5 days before Ian.
Counselor, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Only because what you're saying is not helping me, and I want to
Okay.
understand this. And I'm wondering if we could go through your timeline, if you plan to do that.
Okay.
Because at every step, I'm going to want to make sure everyone was doing what they were supposed to. So going in at the middle is never helpful for me. So if we could start at the top, because I may stop you at any point and ask a question, but let's start at the top.
Okay, perfect. And what I just said was the very beginning.
Right. Okay, good.
So Surfside Casual,
Mhm.
they sell furniture, yard furniture. They came down, they wanted to open a business, a small business. They wanted to invest in Fort Myers Beach. They live in Fort Myers Beach. It's on Estero Road. And they get their permits, they restore the building. It was a bank building.
Right.
They go in there, they get their CO. And like all of you experienced, 5 days later, he's out of business. His products destroyed, the windows, everything was flooded out in the inside. Same thing, probably better than he survived a lot better than a lot of the other people on this island. So that was 2022, September 28th was the hurricane. 2023, February 13th, they get a temporary storage container permit. There's actually a permit issued. And then in December of 2023, they get a permit application for remodeling the store. And you can see it now when you drive by it. It's a lot nicer. You've done a great job on it. The outside's restored and.
If I may ask you a question.
Okay.
And if I'm interrupting. So your permit on February 13th, your permit application, was that so you could take some of the inventory and put it safely in a storage container? What were you expecting to do
Yeah.
with the storage container?
Yes.
Just secure your
Secure
inventory?
that and any supplies, materials we needed to
Okay.
rebuild at
Okay.
that point, yes.
Many of us did the same thing.
Right.
Okay, I'm following along.
Okay.
Then
So the
December-
remodel plans were put in December 2023. Obviously, it's taken a long time for everybody to get their permits out. March 26th, the city issues our remodeling permit.
Yep. And then you say which included permanent container placement.
Yeah.
Permanent complaint. Do we have any permanent container placement?
It was to place the containers on a platform, which would have been FEMA compliant. That permit was never issued. It was denied.
Okay,
But the city's code provided for it. You could have done it, but it's just the way they were placed, it was too close to the roadway.
Only elevated and strapped down.
Right. It was out, but it was in the setback, and I think that was the problem.
No, they're the problem, and we didn't realize that at first. We had them designed to where they were on helical piers. So they were above the base flood elevation. So they were going to be behind the building as our storage for inventory.
okay.
So that we were going to decorate them so you wouldn't really know that they were containers.
But you wanted them to remain there after
Permanently.
the storm? Okay,
Not where they were being stored,
but on your property?
but relocate them on the property. We put through a permit application in January
Okay,
of 2025 to locate them permanently to try and comply. In other words, we were told to get rid of them. We wanted to move them permanently, put them in their permanent location even before the building was finished, so that
Okay.
we were able to comply.
right.
We had the engineer draw up the diagrams. We had helical piers designed, putting them together. We had designs to cover them so you didn't see them as containers. So
Right.
they were not visually, obstructive.
And did you get approval?
And
of
we did not get
that
approval.
permit?
We got an objection letter. The first rejection letter was that they wanted to know the setback from Lover's Lane,
Okay,
which we complied, immediately gave them that information. It wasn't until the day after the March 4th hearing that I got a letter from Jason Smalley. He says, no, they're not going to be allowed.
okay.
At which point we were scrambling to find a way to get them out. We owned them. We didn't rent them. We had to move the material out, which we did, and try to get rid of them. I had to sell them to get rid of them. And that took a while. I even asked, I think, Tom Yaza or staff, who do you use? Who can I contact to try and get rid of these things? I advertised them. I got rid of them as quickly as I possibly could. As soon as we knew we were not going to be allowed to raise them, then I did whatever I had to do.
And can
to
you
get
tell
rid
me
of
how long that took you to?
them. It took about 2 months.
Could not find a place to move them to in the
I had
meantime?
no location to put them. Everybody else was moving them off the island. I had no place to put them.
Okay, just a question.
And we owned them. We didn't rent them. I couldn't call the company and say, hey, come take them back. We owned them.
I'm still stuck on the question that I asked you at the beginning. I remember seeing the original drawings of where those two were going to be put.
Right.
As you just mentioned, they were going to be behind the building.
Correct.
So on the backside of where you drove
Right.
out. If you made the mistake, why did you never move them to that location? You say you submitted a new drawing, but
I did.
You never moved them to that location.
I submitted that drawing immediately.
But why did you not move the containers? If
Where
that
was
was
it?
your intent. If your intent was to move them to the location that I saw, which was behind the.
No, that was the original one. The new one was where they were located. I immediately changed that location from behind the building to where we had them located in front of Seagrave.
Okay, well, I never saw that. Well, the only one I ever saw was the one that showed them.
That was the original.
Behind the building. I
That
never
was-
saw another drawing after that.
That was the original one, but I emailed that drawing several times.
Because I remember having a meeting with staff specifically about that. They were going to be meeting you that day because they were set in a place that they were not.
Nobody
according-
met with me about that. And I have emailed.
So you're telling me that our staff lied to me? Is that what you're telling
I
me?
didn't meet with them about that.
Could they have met with somebody else?
They could have. I don't know.
Okay.
But I had emailed immediately after I submitted that I made the incorrect drawing, and I redrew them where they were. We did place them. I was never told that they couldn't go there. And then when they said, no, you have to move them, I said, wait a second. I have an old email chain, and then they finally, the last email says everything's approved. Nobody said I couldn't move them to where I changed the location.
Except for in December of 2024, when you got the revocation
Correct.
letter.
Correct.
Wouldn't that be an inclination that you were told you couldn't have them?
Yes, and that's when we put through the permit to locate them permanently.
Excuse me, before we jump to December 2024, the magistrate's findings of fact says that on October 17th, there was a notice of violation that was served.
Right. The notice of violation that was served was after the city revoked their temporary permit because of FEMA,
Before they revoked.
right?
No, that notification was before they revoked the permit. The return
Yeah,
was-
October 17th of 2024.
24.
The re- re-
25,
the
yes.
the re- revocation of temporary use permit happened in December of 2024. So you were served, I think to Council McLean's point, you were served a notice of violation 2 months, 3 months before you actually got the revocation of the permit, temporary use permit.
And given 1 month to correct it, which would have brought you to November 16th.
Is that true? What is?
I don't get the notices. That would have gone to Robert, and I know there was an issue with getting some of the notifications because there's two Himmesltein Associates. One is Himmesltein Associates LLC in Florida, which is not him, and that was getting a lot of the notifications. His is Himmesltein Associates LLC of New Jersey. So there's actually two. That's a confusing thing, but there was actually two of them, so we were getting delayed getting notifications.
Did you bring that up to the magistrate as well?
No, that never came up. The magistrate, when I was talking to him, I explained to him that we were trying to work with the city to locate them permanently. I had an application for a permit already applied for to put them where we wanted to go permanently. From what our original permit had shown.
And I would add before the magistrate hearing that the city actually spoke, when the city spoke to the magistrate, said, look, they are working with us. They are trying to get a permit. They have a permit. It's submitted. We're reviewing it. And we got continuances based on the city's testimony about, hey, they're working with us. They're trying to get this done. They're trying to find a permanent solution. It didn't happen. So then when that permit was denied, that's when the clock triggered on the money. And that's when the clock triggered for him to try and sell these things and get rid of them. They lost $11,000 on the containers.
Can I ask staff on October 17th, when they notice a violation, how was that delivered? Was that mailed? Was that posted?
October, that would have been certified mail and posting at that time.
Do we have the address it went to?
I do not have that in front of me.
Thank you.
If I could add, the revocation letters were not immediately
Yeah.
sent out because at that point in time, staff was doing an analysis of all the temporary placement permits or emergency temporary placements, since we changed the name, to see whether some of those could remain in effect. And if they could not, then the property owners would be issued the revocation letter. And that's why the revocation letter came after.
Okay.
So the notice of violation in October, giving them 30 days to try to come into compliance, come and discuss with staff. Having heard nothing, I believe that the revocation letter then went out with the special magistrate hearing, the first special magistrate hearing occurring in January, along with other non-compliant structures, several container situations in January.
So it sounds like that was the time period where everyone is saying, we're looking at it, we're working it out. But when the revocation letter went out, that's the clock.
At that point, however, then we did go to the magistrate in January, and there was that, it appeared that there was the intent to try to come into compliance by applying for a permit that would allow them under our flood code to have the containers there. The magistrate, however, did issue a March 1st deadline to come into compliance. The magistrate's hearing was on March the 4th, after the deadline, at which point there was discussion, I believe, with code and with the property owner that we just need a little bit more time. We think we can work this out. We think we can get a permit. And then at that point, I'm going to defer back to code.
Okay, so we're at March 4th.
Correct.
But
And then-
yeah, I think if you just look at between number 4 and number 5 here, it through January 7th of 2025, it said that you had till March 1st of 2025 to come into compliant. And then when you go down even further, it says you did not, by number 5 says you responded to fail or comply, but between the January and that March, you had the special magistrate hearing, it was rejected, it was reviewed and rejected, and then you had another magistrate meeting after that. I'm guessing that's where you were saying, Nancy, they had to ask for more time. And then 3 days later, it was rejected again from the town for rezoning.
And then it was going to go back, Mayor, this is on page 3 of their timeline. It did go back to the special magistrate hearing, at which time I believe code would have said that they are not in compliance and they would be requesting a fine and the imposition of a lien. But that particular magistrate hearing was rescheduled. And then it didn't go back to the magistrate until June. And then there was, go ahead.
Correct. They actually gave them several continuances to work with them, hopefully give them into compliance from March to June 3rd, and from June 3rd to August 5th. And finally, it was heard and the lien was assessed on the September 2nd hearing.
So when did the clock start?
Affidavit of compliance from May the 5th.
Right.
Correct. And that was
That was
held
when.
in abeyance.
Because
It was
the
not,
containers
it
were
was
sold.
upheld, but the lien did not start until the final assessment hearing.
Correct, until the lien was actually, the request for the certification of the lien and the imposition of the fine, I said it backwards, the imposition of the fine and the certification of the lien.
Correct.
For that period of time from March the 1st through May the 5th, where they were not in compliance.
So it looks like on March 8th, you moved the stuff from inside the container into the business, and then you listed 2 days later the containers for sale, but they still remained in the non-compliant area that the magistrate ruled on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you went to the special magistrate in April 1st of 2025.
No, we weren't there. That was rescheduled.
Well, yeah, I'm just reading through it because Councilor Link wanted to go through.
Because I'm like that. I
Yeah,
gotta
well,
go
just
one-
stop me anytime if you need
go
to
right
stop.
ahead.
Okay. Then on May 2nd, you went to the financial impact where the containers were sold. Affidavits of compliance was issued on May 5th. Business confirmed in full compliance, and that's when the clock stopped for the violation.
Correct.
So that's where the March 1st, 2025 to the May 5th of 2025 came into. Once you emptied the containers, why didn't you move them to become compliant? If you knew that the magistrate had already ruled that you were in non-compliance.
We were trying to find places to put them. I had nobody, I was calling everybody I could get a hold of. I was trying to get rid of them.
You weren't trying to do that for the year previously that you were going through this process with the special magistrate?
Mr. Mayor, they were trying to get a permit for them
I understand.
to put them up on pedestals. That's why we were getting the continuances at DOA by the magistrate. So you
I
wouldn't-
understand that. I understand you were trying to go through the permit process. You received a second zoning verification failure, but at no time you're saying that you didn't think that we should at least be looking for a secondary location to place these to come into compliance? You were just hoping that the zoning was going to change their mind?
Well, I think they were looking at efficiency. If they were in the middle of process and they're working with the city's looking at the permits, why would you move the containers?
I'm not saying you should or shouldn't have moved them. What I'm saying is you're saying that you never looked at a secondary location. Should you not get your permit, that you could come into compliance much quicker than the 60 some days that they said you were out of
We
compliance?
did look at that. And at that time, I couldn't find anything that quickly. And we were trying to come into compliance by our original permit had shown them as located there permanently as part of our business.
Do you have any evidence to show us what you were doing, who you called, how many
I
phone
don't.
calls you made?
I couldn't
Did
tell
you look
right
for rental places, off the island?
I
like
did.
people take-
I talked to contractors. I did talk to them, but I don't have any physical evidence of that. But I did talk to like landscapers that had properties and so forth that they, if they could take them. I did ask them. I don't have any physical evidence of that.
Okay. All right, you're continuing to read, Mayor, or where are we?
Well, well, then it came into compliance, right? So the
Right.
special meeting was rescheduled, another rescheduled. And then it got to September 2nd of 2025, where the magistrate certified the previous order.
So that's where the 65 days are, from 3/1/25 to 5/5.
So it's
Correct.
March 1st,
65 days.
2025, yes. It
Is
says.
that right, Michael? 65 days?
Yeah, March
That is
1st.
correct.
Okay.
And just for the record, and
At 2:50?
just for the attorney, when it says this is not a rehearing or appeal, it's good to get a background on the case
Yeah.
itself.
Right.
But that's your focus. I would recommend is that the time that the fine ran and the fine amount.
Thank you.
Councilor King, any questions or you have anything else you want to add before we?
No,
ask you some questions?
and this isn't all or nothing. We're not rolling the dice like, hey, just, get rid of the whole thing. But, any kind of relief that my client can get. I mean, he's a small businessman. He's been here. He's trying to invest in the community. If you guys can help, that would be great.
So there is criteria in your code that assists you when you do have a request for a reduction of a lien, so that it's done very transparent and not arbitrarily. And that is set forth in Will's letter, which is on page 290.
Yep.
The first being the gravity of the violation. Will, if you want to walk them through your letter, it's on page 290.
I have a printout,
Yeah.
Mr. Town Manager.
So really, and we go through my main points in the letter, the gravity of the violation. Sorry. My main points in the letter are the gravity of the violation, keeping and maintaining non-compliant structures. This was a major issue for the town across, all properties, including the town ourselves had to go through removal of non-compliant structures that the town owned. Next, the amount of time it took for them to come into compliance continued for 65 days from the date of the initial violation. I know that in talking with staff during this process, as I was thinking through this, I will say I know that they did reach out through Tom Yazzo asking, which passed over to other members of staff, asking, how they could, it was a way to properly remove these structures. Information was provided to them I think in April of 2025. Does that
Yes,
sound about right?
yes.
You reached out to the town about that time?
Right.
Yep. And I don't know what happened after that, that information was provided to them. I will say that from a town perspective, that every time we used, there was Royal Auction, every time we used Royal Auction, it was that they were removed within a week or 2 weeks of when we made the request for them to be removed. Town property, just for context.
Right.
And that weighed into my decision process here as well. And then, the accrued amount of code enforcement, costs, as well as the lien compared to market value of the property is the fine amount, is how we came up with the fine amount, or how it was calculated, I should say, not came up with, but how it was calculated. And, also have to take into consideration any previous code violations as I made my analysis. That there was investigation pending on 21381 Widgeon, also owned by the same applicant. 2815 Estero Boulevard. There were other code violations on this particular property as well. And then at the time, there was an investigation or going in for an emergency temporary placement permit. But that since the time of this, that has come into compliance. I've worked with the property owner on that ETPP. That is, in my letter, you see that listed, but that is now in compliance.
But the other two are still outstanding?
I believe the other ones are still open, are they not, Michael?
Still under investigation.
Still under investigation, yeah.
Yeah, we're not aware of any
Just
of citation that was ever issued on any of those two. And from what I remember, they're fairly old.
They're still under investigation.
Right.
Correct,
So
Michael, they have not
Well,
come into
this
compliance.
letter notifies you again, right?
Yep.
no, we haven't been, there's no citation. There's no
Michael.
citation issued. It's just an
Go ahead,
investigation.
Michael.
One is related to docks and mangroves, so that's open
Correct.
under
Not
Right.
investigation, yeah.
And I think the mangrove issue was resolved, right?
Yeah, that, there was found to be no issue.
Okay.
But it was
They're,
not-
they're mentioned for context because not that violations have been issued, that they're under investigation for potential violations.
Gotcha.
They're mentioned for context in my analysis.
So there's been no other magistrate rulings on?
No,
any-
not at this time.
Are there any other fees owed outstanding on any of these properties?
Yes, I have outstanding, or the town has outstanding water bills for this property and the other property owned by Mr. Himmesltein on the within the town.
Do you have how many days they're late?
I can certify that those were paid this morning.
I'm just wondering
Okay.
how
Yeah.
long
Okay,
they were
that's-
in.
We got an email
Thank
this
you.
morning at 7:30 prior to this hearing that there was outstanding amounts. Mr. Himmelstein immediately called the office.
Very good.
Nobody picked up. He finally got a hold of somebody and paid it all. What it was is there was a credit card. It was supposed to be a recurring charge, but something happened after the hurricane at some point, and he just went in and
Stuff
gave him a new
happens.
card, so everything is squared away.
I appreciate that. Thank you. For
Yeah,
the
and it was a hefty,
clarification.
it was a good chunk of money.
It was because they hadn't been paid for, in one case, over 2 years.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
but we hadn't gotten notice. I mean, we didn't.
you don't,
Understood.
okay.
water bills are sent every month.
So,
But
I
there was
get
a
it.
credit card on file and he
We
wasn't
all had
sure.
well, let's get,
Same
let's
And
get
so
back
I
to
guess,
this, because
you know, just-
what I've got a question for is, of the 3 rescheduled hearings, who requested those rescheduled hearings at the magistrate that drug this on further? Was it the town or was it the applicant? Anyone? Nancy, do you remember?
I don't remember, honestly.
And I was
but
not
do you know,
present at the
Michael?
time. I know there was discussion looking back of them trying to come into compliance, and that's generally when they would give an extension, if they're working with the town trying to come into compliance.
That's more or less what happened when I told the judge asked me what we were doing about it. I said, I explained the permit that we were trying to locate them permanently where we originally had designed it. And the town said, we'll just move it down the road to the next meeting. And even at that March 4th hearing, the same thing happened. It was going to be continued down the road. And March 5th is when I got the notice that they weren't going to be allowed at all. And that's when I immediately tried to figure out. Now I have to explain, I'm not from the area, so I don't know a lot of
Understood.
places. So that's why I even asked the town, help me out. Who can I find? And I did call that people, the
Yeah.
auction company, and he was kind of, he was supposed to come out and talk to me. He finally did. It took a while to get a hold of this guy. And I don't know, because I'm not the town, I'm just Joe Blow. So he did finally come out, but he wasn't as responsive as maybe he would be with you. So I had to keep trying to find somebody to get him as quickly as I could. And I had several people say yes and then never show up. So I would have gotten them faster if I could have, but you're just trying to get people to take them out.
So I'm trying to see, what day did you put, I don't see it in your timeline. What date did you put those containers on the property?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to go back. I honestly don't know.
Was it 2023? Was it 2024?
2023.
So it was 2023.
And we had a permit for it till
So
September.
before
20.
Right, so the emergency temporary placement permit, when you got that,
was the expiration
February
date was
13th of
TTP.
20, so it would have been around that time more than likely.
It would have been somewhere, it would have after February, so I don't know exactly when, but I would say March or April, maybe. Just that's a guess.
So roughly 2 years before the magistrate ultimately ruled on.
Right, but we had the permit.
No, I
till
understand. I'm just trying
September.
to understand how long they were there, because I can't remember
Yes.
how long they were
Yes.
there. John, I already asked you, John. Do you have any questions for?
I guess in the matter of context, since we've been discussing context, is there any other ongoing legal action against the town by Mr. Himmelstein?
Not right now, no.
There's, the only thing that's pending and is an administrative appeal.
correct? It is a administrative appeal of a building permit that was issued to a neighbor.
Nothing specific to
Nothing
this
to
property.
this.
No, not to this property.
Yeah, not to this property.
Scott?
I guess I have a question for Will. Do we have, or Nancy, do we have other properties that were getting fined 250 that were ruled by the magistrate that
The $250 admin fee?
No, the fines.
The daily
Are there other
Yes.
properties on the island that had containers?
I
that are-
believe there are.
Yes,
And
especially since I've been here.
if anything, they probably got a lien as well for the admin fee that hadn't been paid. Because there was a $250.
I'm not asking
admin.
about I'm not asking about the admin fee. I'm saying,
Right.
are there other properties?
There might be, but even if they had a larger amount because of their non-compliance, there may have been also a subgroup of just properties that maybe came into compliance but didn't pay their admin fee, and that still would be a lien. So yes, there are others.
This would have been a standard request for the amount of the fine for this type of violation.
Councilor McLean, did I already call on you? I'm sorry.
You already called on
Okay.
me, thank you.
Councilor Lake?
You called on me, I'm good.
All right. Well, for me, I could tell you I've been involved with this since the very beginning when they were placed. I remember having specific conversations with town staff at the time. Will was not here, so it wasn't Will. It was the town manager, Andy Hyde at the time, myself, and Frankie Kropacek. They were obviously not happy that these containers were placed in a place that didn't match where you said they were going to be. They both told me at two separate occasions that they met with, maybe it was you, maybe it was somebody else. They met somebody out at the property to ask to have them moved to the location. They were trying to educate versus issue violations. So you didn't get a violation then. And then they never got moved. You say nobody ever talked to you. Maybe they didn't. I'm not going to question whether or not, but I have no reason to not believe that staff would lie to me about it.
I did talk with Robert, and I talked with Frankie once. I honestly can't remember that exact conversation. I think it might, if it was about the containers, and it's a while ago, to be honest with you, it may have been 3 years. It may have been 2023 when we talked to Frankie.
It might have been. And the reason I remember it so vividly is because I always thought where that front container was closest to the library, I didn't realize that that was part of your client's property. I
Right.
thought it was
Yeah, 'cause we go
part
from
of the other
street
Seagate
to
Plaza.
street, right.
So when I saw it there, I thought they put it on the wrong property.
Right.
And that's when they started looking and they're like, well, they're not in the right spot. And obviously we were getting complaints from the property owner where it was sitting adjacent to that they weren't happy about where it was placed. So I remember this going on for a long time and a lot of discussions, and they just seemed to sit there and they seemed to sit there. And then for me, all of these continuations through the special magistrate, which has always frustrated me since the storm, we issued temporary use permits where we probably shouldn't have. We thought we were doing the right thing and we didn't. And had these fines started from the cancellation of that permit, that would be a whole different thing for me. But this started year and a half after you knew you were in compliance or out of compliance and didn't do anything to come into compliance.
But
And
see,
for me, that's difficult to swallow because people that were in the same scenario as you did come into compliance so that they didn't have to go through the magistrate process and pay a $250.
I never got a notification initially where it said that they were placed wrong. Now, Robert may have, I don't know, because we had an issue with where stuff was being mailed to. It was going to somebody over in Florida where all his stuff went to New Jersey. I personally didn't get a response or see anything until it came to me directly. Now, I know there was miscommunication. Maybe it's part of it my fault when I re-emailed Kendra saying, no, that was the wrong location. Please, I want them at this location. And I didn't get a response. And I redid it. I think I texted her or I called and left a voicemail at that point. And I assumed, again, that was my fault. I assumed that it was okayed at that new location that I showed, which was where they were put. And then I got an email from her saying, okay, everything's fine. Now, to me, that meant that my new placement was fine, that otherwise I wouldn't have put them there.
And I understand that. But for me, it's based on your own timeline that you provided us. It appears to me that the town worked in pretty good faith with you over almost 2 years to come into compliance, allowing continuances, repeatedly asking to come into compliance for almost 2 years.
But I never received any of that. And I don't know that Robert did either, saying where they were located.
You never received a violation saying you weren't in compliance?
No.
The only violation that we were out of compliance that we received was that, hey, FEMA says that you cannot have them here anymore. Not that they were in the wrong spot. You can't have them on the property. They have to go unless they're attached to a platform. At that point,
Where
it
did
wasn't
that
like
get mailed
we were working with the city. We relied in good faith on our permit that the city gave us. And we we spent a lot of money on those containers to put them on that property.
Right, but again, the town gave you a permit based on a site-specific location you were going to put those. You can't show me anything that says that you got the approval to change from what you originally submitted. Unless somebody
I
shows me
submitted,
that.
I have a chain of emails submitting to right after, immediately, like within a very short period of time, like day, that I resubmitted the new location to Kendra Rosa by email and resubmitted it over and over again. I had an email chain that I showed Frankie.
But what I'm curious about is the actual permit that was issued based on the site plan that you put out. Is that site plan in there, or is the one that you said you submitted after in there that the approval was based on?
But
no
the
one seems
approval
to be able to
wasn't
answer that.
given until I had given the new site plan before the approval was ever given.
What I'm trying to get at
I
is,
don't know because
if
I
we
didn't
could
get a
pull that up
response.
and we could see that regardless, there was still almost a 2-year window between when that permit was issued and when you were out of compliance. Even though you had
It
been,
seemed like two different issues.
well, but
I think-
my point is if a permit was issued based on a plan that wasn't laid out the way it was supposed to, you were in violation
But
from
I
the very
changed that
beginning.
plan before anything was ever approved, immediately.
I know, but again, what I'm trying to get at is you don't have anything here to show me today that what you're saying is true. All I can go by is the plan that I saw that showed the containers being behind the building where you said earlier they were supposed to be originally, but then they got moved to where they were at, where your violation happened. But there's nobody that can show me anything that
But I
there's a
gave all
different
that
drawing
to
that
Frankie
shows that.
to get to where we didn't have a code because I didn't realize there was a code violation. We never got a notice of it. I gave them a whole email chain of what I did and never got denied for that. Nobody ever said, no, you can't put them where you want them. Where the location, the new location you use, nobody ever said that to me, ever.
And maybe that's true, but if that wasn't submitted into the permit for the application.
But I assumed it was. I assumed it
Well, I
was.
assume a lot of things, but
But I
he
was
said he
told
put
it
it
was
in
okay.
before he got the permit.
I'm just trying.
And then the permit technician says you're good to go. So
I
I
understand.
assumed it was.
Well, I
Do you
can't
have-
support any reduction simply because there's too many things that could have been done differently here on both sides, quite honestly. And had this violation started back when the ETPP was originally issued, because it was issued in error, we would be talking about something completely different. But this was almost 2 years after that permit was issued, that you still, after the magistrate said you have 30 days to come into compliance, you still chose not to come into compliance. Regardless of what was going on in the background, the special magistrate said you've got 30 days to come into compliance. You chose not to do it. Why?
The answer to that was they applied for a permit to have them permanently placed on the property.
Right, but what does it have to, one doesn't have to do with anything else. If the judge says, or the magistrate says that you were in violation, you have 30 days to come into compliance, you were just hoping. So if a week before you still didn't have your permit, you're still not in compliance regardless of what happens with
With the
that permit. But you made no plans to come into compliance. And now you're trying to say that it was the town's fault that you were out of
Well,
compliance
the
because you were
permit
going
brings
through a
you-
permit and we were holding up a permit that never got approved. And in fact was rejected according to your timeline twice.
But the permit brings you into compliance.
Yeah, but as
But you're-
long as you're out of compliance, I'm with you here, Mayor. If you're out of compliance, I built a home, just finished it. There were some things where they weren't allowed to be. If I'm fighting it, I can't leave them there. I have to get rid of them while I'm fighting to see if I can bring them back. Non-compliance is non-compliance. I'm not sure
Right, and
that
at that point,
continuing to wait for a permit leaves you open to stay non-compliant.
and Counselor, I believe in some circumstances that's true, but I believe in this circumstance where the city was like, hey, hold off, let's continue this. Let's, we don't need to go to, don't make any waves. Let's get the permit. We're working
Do you
on
have an email,
compliance.
anything you can show us that the city said you're okay to hold off?
I mean,
I'm
it
just
should be
looking
in
for
all
something to
the
help you
records of the
with.
city.
I think he's referring to the magistrate
Yeah, this was at a
decisions to-
magistrate hearing where the city testified that, hey, we're working together. We hold off, don't impose any fines yet. We're
That's
working
don't
to
impose
come
fines.
into compliance.
But I agree that a permit applied for is not a
Is
permit.
not a
It's just
permit,
an
right.
application for a permit.
Does that make sense?
Well,
It's hard, yeah, it's hard.
I understand what you're saying, but there's also that aspect of, okay, well, you need to tear this down. You also need a demolition permit. So you can't come into compliance until you get a demolition permit. So while the permit is, and that's an example, while the permit is pending, that is typically what they consider compliance. And that's why a DOA judge will say, I will give you the continuance. I will stretch it out while you are working your way through it to get to compliance.
However, in this case, it was really about removing a couple of shipping containers.
Yeah.
Not a demolition permit, not any other permits that are required. It was notified in December 24. Got to
Well,
get rid of it. And then,
And that's a good question. The idea was that to bring those containers into compliance, not
I
move them
understand
off the
that there
property,
was
but to move them onto a
a
platform
thought
and
to
be
put them
strapped.
on a platform and move them in. However, to several comments that have been made, an application for a permit doesn't mean that a non-compliant structure can remain non-compliant without any consequences on the hope that Plan B is going to come into fruition.
Right. And I think you balance that against also the Supreme Court precedent that says if you issue a permit and somebody makes concrete steps in furtherance of that permit, you can't revoke that permit.
Yes, but in all due respect, there has to be a good faith showing that that the reliance was in good faith, and there is disputed facts. So I can't agree with you on that particular concept. What I can add to the conversation, if it is the will of the council, is the clerk and I are looking through the permit records, and we're trying to find documentation that perhaps gives additional information as to the disputed facts. If there's an opportunity for a brief recess, we're happy to confer with our permitting staff to help us interpret the documents that are part of the permitting management process. If you want to take a break.
If you think it's necessary to take it, that's.
I think it's in all due fairness to our property owners as well as to our staff.
Okay.
If there is a legitimate
time do you
dispute, 10, 15 minutes.
All right, we'll take a brief break and we'll reconvene at 1:15.
Does that work? Thank you.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 1:15. Nancy?
Mayor, town staff has had an opportunity to discuss and try to determine if we have some documentation that could be added to today's hearing to clarify some of the debated issues. The best way to proceed, in my opinion, would be that perhaps the questions be redirected or restated, and allowing Mr. Hartsfeld and the representative for the Himmeslteins to respond, and then allowing staff to respond as well.
Okay. Well, I'll re-ask. You're directing that specifically at me or anyone in general that had questions?
Anyone in
Okay.
council who has questions.
Again, my question was, do you have a copy of the original issued permit that shows what layout was approved in the original temporary use permit?
The permit wouldn't have the layout on it, but we have the email where the site plan was sent to the city, and then the chain of emails back that said everything's good. You're good to go. You're waiting on fire to get paid, and then after that, you're good to go.
But there's nothing in the permit
The permit doesn't identify the plans. The plans are what is submitted.
then that would be different than any temporary use permit that I ever saw. Because
Did
they
you?
pretty much required you have to have a site layout of where your temporary use trailer or permit was
I
going
don't
to
have
sit.
the permit with me.
So that's what my
There
question
may
was.
have
Do you have
been-
a permit
There may have
showing-
been a site plan there with it. I don't have it on my person. I don't have the
Do we
permit with
have
me.
a copy of that? Does staff have a copy of that anywhere?
Yes, I believe we did see some site.
So
plans
I
in there,
think the
Jason.
question was, what site plan was attached to the temporary placement permit?
Yes.
There was actually two. The original one, as far as I can tell here, was proposed on the rear side of the building.
Okay.
Then there was a series of resubmittals, and at some point, I'm going to refer, for instance, to the.
Well, hold on a second right there. So the permit was issued under the one that you're talking about with it behind the building.
No, the original permitting for it, the original layout.
Issuance.
No, the original layout that they sent to us during the application showed behind the building.
Okay.
During the review of that ETTP permit, they submitted, for instance, to the fire department for their final review a layout that showed the two trailers in the location that we
Right.
recognize them to be in,
Okay.
out front of Seagrape.
Right.
And so the approvals were for the location in front of Seagrape ultimately,
Okay.
but they had to meet the requirements of that. And one of the requirements from fire seemed to be set back from the road and the driveway area to allow connection from the two complexes had to stay open. They both have an signed easement between them, and fire department needed that connection to stay open. Ultimately, they agreed to get rid of the fence idea, and I believe that's what the ETTP was proposed on, with the two units in the location that we saw them.
Okay.
Later on, when they came in to do the permanent location of it, is when they went back to the design of having it behind the building. But the only two times we see the location proposed to be in front of the building is the initial submittal, which was overtaken by later submittals, and the most recent one that never got completed where they wanted to permanently move them behind the building. Those are the only two instances we see of behind the buildings.
And for clarification in the record, we're talking about temporary use permits, not ETPPs at that time frame.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, it would have been the temporary use
Correct.
permit before the ETTP was in effect with ordinance. So this is when we didn't have a whole lot of
Information. Yeah, no, I get
information
it.
on that.
Yeah. Certainly.
Okay, the original location
You
was
gotta be
located.
closer to the mic.
I'm
for a
sorry.
second.
The original location was behind the building. I sent that in on a Friday, late in the afternoon on the 23rd. Monday morning, I resubmitted the new location in front of Seagrape Plaza. It never went back to the other, I never changed back to going behind the building. That was always the final location. And I emailed
That's
that
what
several
you just said.
times.
I'm sorry, in the temporary placement process. Because when it comes time to permanent placement process, when you applied for
No,
that
no, I'm
application-
talking about temporary placement.
Okay,
That's
thank you
correct.
very much.
That's,
He's agreeing with you.
all right. Okay, okay. I'm
He's saying that that's what.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they need to?
Well, I'm trying to understand the relevance. If the temporary permit was revoked and received back in December, and then the process takes over from there, where there's the magistrate hearing in the beginning of January, where you're given considerable time to come into compliance and just haven't. I guess my understanding, and I want to confirm that your thought process was because you had a new permit application, that it wasn't a requirement to get into compliance? Is that?
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask that of staff. If typically to get a permit for an out of compliance item is part of becoming in compliance.
Just reading the magistrate order, it says to remove or bring non-compliant structures into compliance with the town regulations by March 1st. So if you were able to get it approved
Permit,
and where it's at and past inspections, or remove it.
right. So part of
you had
compliance, the judge is saying part of compliance is either remove it or get it into compliance. Go get a permit, go get the right to have it. So that's part of getting it into compliance.
But you didn't even make steps to move it into compliance. You didn't move it from the location where it was non-compliant to where you applied for the temporary permit, which you just said was now in the back of the building, where the original plan was submitted wrong, and for the temporary permit. But you didn't even take the time to move them back to where they were going to be in the permanent solution that you applied for.
I'm not following that logic, but are you saying that we didn't put them on platforms?
I'm saying you didn't move them. You were in violation.
They were in the location that was permitted, that he just said. That he said that
No, no.
We couldn't move them back there because we were going to have to put pilings to put them on. So if I moved them back there, I'd have to move them again to do the construction if the permit was issued.
But that would have brought you into compliance, correct?
No, you
No,
said
you
I
still
couldn't
need a
have them
permit.
at all.
No, he wasn't allowed to have it.
But that wouldn't have brought me into compliance.
If I can add a bit to that, it would have been in compliance if they had responded to the turn down note. My note was that you cannot have just a storage container out there. It's disallowed explicitly by code. The next step was to then come in with a design that would put them behind actual fascia and make them look like actual buildings. They never responded to that turn down note, and that permit to permanently place them in the rear never went anywhere. It never got approved. It basically died on the vine after my second review was turned down.
Letter to mean that they weren't approved, period.
Well, my
And
note
that
was-
you weren't going to allow us to put containers on the property no matter what we did with it.
Well, because the engineering that you provided on the second go round was the same as the first go round, which was just the helical piles and placing pardon the term, just the naked storage container. And a container without any fascia on it is specifically disallowed. That was my comment in the second round of review. It just never went anywhere. Again, whether that was an interpretation of you didn't think it would go anywhere or nobody
Yeah,
picked it up
it
afterwards,
wasn't
I can't
explained
say.
that way to me that I needed the fascia around it as well to be approved. We
Mr.
never.
Brockman was made aware of that, who was the original contractor that I was
Engineer.
dealing with.
Yes.
I don't know
yes.
when he separated.
We had talked to him about that, and I don't think getting anything out of him was very forthcoming. So, yeah, we had talked about that's what we wanted because we didn't want them to look like containers back there, and he was supposed to do something like that, and I never got anything from him like that.
Well, that's where I think.
Unfortunately, that's our fault. That's.
And just as a point of clarification, originally you guys were approved in February of 2023 between the 13th and the 28th for approval to put the 2 containers on the backside of the building. You had received approval for that, including fire checkoff. I'm looking at it right now. Later on, you guys came back And in September of 2023, so this is approximately 7 months after the fact, you came back with a new revised trailer location. And that revised trailer location is the one that was out front of Seagrave.
That's an incorrect timeline.
I'm looking at
I
it
know,
right
but that's an incorrect timeline because I have an email chain that I submitted the new location. Original location was submitted in February 23rd of 23. I submitted a new email Monday, the 27th of February, with the new location in it and submitted that several times.
So on the 28th, you received your job site copy, February 28th of 2023, you received your job site copy, or whomever is getting the emails received the job site copy, establishing the approval for those containers to be around back. The job site copy was issued, fire department gave their okay. Then in September 29th of 2023, there was a submittal which was titled Revised Survey and Revised Trailer Location. And that's when the trailers then go from the rear of the building to then being visible from the center.
That's not what happened.
I'm just letting you know.
I know,
what
but
see
that's
in
not the
mine.
way it happened. I mean, that's the way it shows up on there because I.
Showing the new location right away. We didn't get anything, my email, I got a final permit number. She said I was fine as of March 9th, after I had already submitted the new location on the 27th.
So I'm looking right now at the approval that was sent out. The job site copy is what we call it. That's where we collect all of the documents that have been submitted up to that point and stamp them and show them that these were the plans that were issued to us that we were approving. The job site copy issued on February 28th of 2023 contains the location behind the building circled and states the proposed temporary storage containers would be in the rear of the building. And then again in September that came in and there was an alternative layout that was proposed then in front of Seagrave. That's the record I'm seeing here.
That was due.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
But that was permitted in September, right? You got a temporary permit in September. Is that what you're saying?
No, we got it.
Pardon me 1 second. Okay, so ultimately, there is submittal of documents. And then ultimately, I believe it was ended because of a revocation that was issued by the town manager at that time. I'm seeing a letter finally introduced into this record on January 28th of 2025. That was the revocation. So up to between September seemingly and the revocation letter, the location of it was then moved to in front of Seagrave Plaza. And then ultimately the revocation happened according to this date on January 28th.
But the revocation happened because of violations of FEMA, not because of their location, right?
I can't address that because I wasn't involved with that process. I'm just laying out what I see here as far as submittals and things that have timestamps on them.
Jason, for the record, could you just state what you're looking at and reading from?
I'm sorry. Okay, so what I'm looking at here would be permit number 231578. And this was listed as two 40-foot storage, the scope is listed as two 40-foot storage trailers. And then some more notes about limitations at that time that were known mainly on the.
And this is in the town's iWork
Yes, this
system?
is a permit that was issued in iWork, according to that number, under the temporary use that was occurring at that time prior to the ETTP process. And then ultimately the revocation happened in 2024, or excuse me, what did I say? I lost my 2025, January 28th of 2025.
Jason, does that scope of work say 40-foot trailers or 40-foot containers? Because they're two completely different things.
Now, you've got to understand when when we put stuff into the system, we've got non-technical people that are doing it, putting it in. So the
Understood.
scope may be a little off, but
Got
it is noted in the scope as 40-foot storage trailers.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. So I'm trying to bring it back to the time frame in which your magistrate ruling calculated the fines. And based on, again, your timeline, the judge said as of March 1st, 2025 through May 5th of 2025 is when the violation, the 65 days that accrued to the number that we're talking about, the 16,500 with the $250 per day. So, and that ruling was issued on, where was it again? What's that, Nancy?
I believe it's November.
March 1st? Well, no, January 7th of 2025 was held and said they had to come into compliance by March
Okay.
1st.
That is correct, but the certification of the lien, or of the fine and the lien was a little bit later due to renoticing. It looks
Okay.
like it was September of 2025.
There you
And
go,
that's
yeah.
page 280,
Yep. number 8.
287.
Okay. So from the time that was September of 2025, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's the lien due.
So the process is that it is the burden of the property owner to notify the town that property that is non-compliant has come into compliance.
Okay.
At that point, then the town would go and review the property, determine whether or not compliance has been attained, and issue a affidavit of compliance or an affidavit of non-compliance. So as of May of 2025, code found that they were in compliance. So then there was a subsequent hearing before the magistrate to basically request the imposition of a fine for the period of time that they remained non-compliant from March the 1st, when they were supposed to come into compliance based on the magistrate's order, but failed to do so until May the 5th.
And correct. Thank you for clarifying that. What I'm trying to get at is basically between the time, March 1st, that the magistrate ruled that they were in non-compliance. If you're following the timeline that you provided, on the 4th, you had a special magistrate hearing. On the 7th, you got the second and final rejection letter, it sounds like, for the permanent application for the zoning to permit the containers on the property. After the day after that, you decided then to move the stuff from the containers into the store, according to your timeline, on March 8th. On March 10th, 2 days later, you listed the containers for sale. So now you're 9 days past the date of when you were found in noncompliance. And then you go to April, then you got the financial impact. You finally sold the containers on May 2nd. Where I'm having a problem is between the March 1st and the May 2nd, which is 3 days before the magistrate ruled, you didn't take any actions to move those containers. You didn't take any actions to come into compliance. Your rejection letter had been rejected for your permanent location before your timeline started. Does that make sense? So you
Yeah,
applied,
yeah,
to your
but it
point, you
doesn't-
applied to elevate them. You had a second rejection letter for that, which was rejected before the timeline, which the magistrate ruled and what you're asking for forgiveness of March 1st happened. And in the time of March 1st to March 5th or May 5th, you took steps to empty the container, list them for sale, but continue to leave them there until they were finally sold on May 2nd. Now, it doesn't say that they were moved off the property on May 2nd. It just says that they were sold on May 2nd. So we don't know when technically those things, business confirmed them, May 5th.
On
So
the
that's why
5th.
it's not May
On
5th
the
at full
5th.
compliance.
Mhm.
So you didn't take any actions to come into compliance, but you're asking us to forgive something that you chose not to take actions to come into compliance on.
If you look at the timeline, and Mr. Mayor, you make a great point, but I think there's a small flaw in that reasoning. And here it is, that we didn't need the containers anymore once we took the materials out. They were free to go. And what he has testified today as being the first-hand guy, the only guy that was out there, he called the city and he asked, help me, I got to get rid of these containers. And they said, call this this auctioneer. And that auctioneer, it took him 2 weeks to get back to you. And then he showed up, he hemmed, he hawed. And meanwhile, he's trying to get rid of and move these. He's asked a couple of the local businesses, can I move them off the island? I got to get these things off the island. He couldn't, if you remember that period of time
I certainly
too.
understand that, but what you're not saying, I completely understand what you're saying. But what you're not telling me is why did you wait until March 8th to start relocating the product from in that container into the building? Why didn't you do it beforehand and start this process before you were in noncompliance? You didn't make any actions to move this stuff and start this process before. You only did it because you were found in violation to the magistrate. You didn't take any actions to do it ahead of time.
The reason that the materials weren't relocated was because we were complying with the DOA order that says come into compliance. So, and that's what we did. We went and got a permit to try to get a permit to try to come into compliance. That's what the DOA order said for us to do.
But again,
we're just following people's directions, Mr. Mayor. We're not trying to make anything very difficult.
I'm just
and we
trying to-
come here in equity and fairness that we weren't trying to abuse the system. As soon as you guys said, hey, FEMA wants them out. My client owns a giant house, man. He doesn't want FEMA insurance to go up. As soon as they said, move them out, let's get them permitted or move them out. And that's what he tried to do. Tried to put them on platforms, spend the money. He wants to invest in your community. And it's about equity. It's not about punishing Mr. Himmesltein for waiting a day before he got his stuff out or 60 days. I mean, that doesn't build compliance. You know, what builds compliance, you got compliance. In the end, compliance happened. And they got moved out. And you have a beautiful building there. You got
Nobody's
sales
disagreeing with you,
tax.
sir, but this process started way back in September or in 2023. For 2 years, this was going on. It wasn't so for you to insinuate the town is not trying to help. To me, I find appalling because for 2 years, the town did nothing but work with you and your client to try to come into compliance. At the end of the day, you made the decision not to be in compliant by the date that the magistrate ruled. In fact, you didn't start until after that. So it's hard for me to understand why I should grant you relievance from a fine that you didn't start taking action on until after the fine started accruing. You didn't take any proactive steps to do it. Yes, you applied to elevate it in a different location than what was originally temporary used. But again, that was rejected. That was rejected before you started doing anything else. So even if your argument is we were going through the process, why wasn't it moved on the 8th once you knew on the 7th that you were rejected to move them where you wanted to permanently make? You didn't do anything for 2 months after that rejection. That's hard for me to swallow, to say, oh, poor me. You knew for 2 years that you were having this issue. And I disagree with you that you say staff didn't meet with you, because I remember seeing that circled area for I distinctly remember it because we were going through the whole FEMA thing and it stuck out like a sore thumb. So I remember seeing that circled drawing that you referenced. So for me, it's hard, and I'm sorry, I support all the businesses on the island, but I can't support something that someone brought on by themselves. Did the town maybe have some issues in this before the fine started? Potentially. I'm not going to disagree with that. But from the date it started until the date it ended, which is what you're here asking for relief, the town worked with you in good faith for 2 years to get to that point. I don't feel that the applicant worked in good faith to take proactive measures to be able to reduce, if not almost completely eliminate. We could be talking about a couple $100 versus a few thousand. And as much as it pains me to say that, because of someone that is trying to invest in the island, I simply can't support a reduction at this time because of all the reasons that I've said. And I've probably talked too much too. I'll defer to my fellow council members. To Scott, you haven't said much. You've just been sitting there quiet. We'll go to you.
So I guess my biggest question for you, sir, is on your timeline, it says March 4th, there was no indication a lien was being considered. But in order for the town, correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, or Michael, in order for the town to issue a fine of $250 a day, there had to have been a notice that you should have received. Did you send it certified?
On the March 4th date, they would have assessed the fine, but not certified the lien.
Well, I'm not talking about the lien,
Yeah.
but what, so their claim is they had no indication whatsoever that they were gonna be fined $250 a day. At what point did the town notify them that they were going to be fined $250 a day?
They would have been notified at the January 7th hearing when the deadline was approved with the 250 fine, and at the secondary is a status hearing on March 4th. And that's when a fine would have officially been started
It could have started that day, right?
on March 1st.
The town's saying that, yes, you were notified that if you're not compliant by March 1st, you'd be fined $250, but on your timeline, it says you had no indication. So I'm trying to
Just for
understand.
clarification, I totally agree with what he's saying and totally agree with what you're saying, but I think what he said at the very beginning, that line says we didn't know they were going to put the lien at the time. The lien is a totally different thing than the fine. Yes, the city is statutorily has the right to fine. All we're doing here is in equity. We're asking you, there's not much we don't agree with. We got rid of the containers. It was 60 days. There was mistakes on all sides. We're just asking you, like I said earlier when I opened, I said, I come to you hat in hand. Help us out. We're not trying to, we're trying to operate a business. We're small businesses here, and I totally agree with you. Everything you said was right. We didn't know at the time there was going to be a lien until September. Council called me in September and said, hey, I need to file this lien for the fines that you had already received. And I said, yes, go ahead. Because it's statutorily, she's permitted to do it on behalf of the city. So I don't have it. I'm not fighting against hey, these fines are too much. What I'm saying is inequity. My client had such a difficulty coming into compliance, going through the permitting process, going through, all of a sudden, here we are on March 4, and we have to, empty these containers, get rid of them, and find somebody that's willing to take them in the middle of the aftermath of a terrific storm where no equipment's available out here. There's no places to store stuff. It just wasn't available.
And out of fairness, I think you meant horrific, not terrific.
Oh, horrific. Absolutely, Mayor.
And I agree. It's frustrating when you drive the Lover's Key and there's 15 containers just like you had. It's like,
yeah.
I understand the frustration there.
Councilor King, anything else to add?
I guess I'm not hearing ownership from anybody actually, but I'm going to have trouble pleading the Ian defense in 2025 or even 2024 for that matter, which I saw earlier. So that bothers me. But yeah, I'm not hearing any ownership of the 65 days that you chose not to be in compliance. And I think I'm with you, Mayor.
Councilor McLean, anything else you'd like to add?
I'm in agreement. I didn't see any real activity to try and come back into compliance or ownership of the fact everybody that had anything to do with this island knew that containers were not going to be allowed, and we got rid of them.
Anything else, Councilor Link?
No.
All right. With that, if there's no other discussion, is there a motion? I'll make a motion to deny the request to relieve any of the $16,500 to zero as requested by the applicant Himmesltein Associates LLC and his counsel. Is that all? That enough suffice, Nancy?
Yes, is there a second, I guess?
I don't know.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Link?
Aye.
And Councilor McLean?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Final public comment. Thank you, gentlemen. Seeing no one, final public comment, town manager items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief, but we have a lot of things to cover. So first of all, I want to emphasize re-emphasize something I did over the weekend at our upcoming Recovery and Resilience Plan Town Hall on June 18th. This is going to be really important for our community members, business owners, property owners. And just to give a bigger picture of what this is, remember, we brought forward to council the asking for authorization to move forward to planning for potentially a community redevelopment agency, a CRA. And we are using our AECOM engineering firm to do a study basically of necessity for that. This is part of their fact finding and public comment gathering process of that findings of necessity. They've been reaching out to property owners and business owners who they'll be meeting with, but they also need and want to do some town halls. First one of which will be June 18th. So I wanted to talk about that. June 18th, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. here at Town Hall. Invite everyone interested to come in and provide public comment. At time, AECOM will be talking more about what it is, what a CRA is, so the public can understand that and ask their questions of them, and maybe provide us, and not maybe, but definitely hope, provide us some recommendations for some things that they would like to see us emphasize if we do have a CRA in the future. And again,
Well, you said that was the 18th?
The 18th. June
Saturday?
Thursday, June 18th. I'm sorry, did I say?
Oh, I'm on July.
Did I
Never
say
mind.
July? Okay, Thursday,
You're
June
right.
18th.
So Will, I mean, you're traveling
Really fast.
at lightning
I
speed,
know.
so I have to try to keep up with you. Do you know when the report, is there a new deadline of when the report would be coming out?
I
Did
don't
they
believe-
indicate to you when they would complete their report?
No.
Because once that's done, I have a lot of things I need to do. And I guess in my notes, I think it was the end of May is when we were going to get it.
It was an
But-
original goal. But
Yes.
now
So now is there a rescheduling of that,
I'll reach out to them and try to get
a revised?
a revised date. I
Deadline.
would say August, probably at the earliest, based
Okay,
on this
good.
information.
Good.
But
That gives us the
yes.
summer to really get orientated.
yeah, thank you, Nancy. Good
Thank you.
clarification. I will get that. And so looking for maximum participation at that town hall. Myself and a couple of directors and deputy town manager attended the FCCMA conference up in Orlando last week. It was excellent opportunity for us to
Can you explain that acronym, please?
Sorry, Florida City and County Managers Association, FCCMA. Great opportunity for myself and others to network with our peers, receive information briefings from the organization, but also from other towns and the Florida League of Cities, as well as some others to update us on new statutes, new successes that other towns are having, and for us to just have a great dialogue. It was a tremendous opportunity. I would say at the beginning, when we met with some other of our peers and had some scenario-based discussions with other city managers and deputy city managers, that was great. And then probably the bookend was also a good opportunity, a legislative update. Florida League of Cities and FCCMA councils provided everyone there with an update of what is starting this afternoon, the governor's special session for property tax relief. We received just great information from them that covered, what their plan, the Florida League of Cities and FCCMA, is going forth to speak on behalf of all of us municipalities in the state, and the concerns we have to make sure that those are addressed during discussion. But I can tell you that I've had some initial discussions with Joe, with the finance director on that. For us, we have about 1,700, just over 1,700 homestead properties on the island. So we're looking at, definitely an impact if it's passed in full, as proposed by the governor, definitely probably somewhere around of 300,000, maybe a little bit more, a reduction in revenue, as it works its way through next year and the year after. And to some, that may not sound significant, but when you're me and when you're looking at what that money can do for us is in regards to staff and services, and really just most importantly, the services we provide on a daily basis, I would say there would be an impact. I'm not prepared right now to talk exactly what those impacts would be or what my recommendations would be to council, but just we will be having that discussion as we move into budget season. This is all preemptive. Don't know what the decision from the legislature is going to be. And if they do move a proposal forward, it'll be on the November ballot for a statewide referendum. So I just encourage everyone to, watch that as it goes through the legislative process and read it in detail. And even though I say some like the impact on what Fort Myers might be, the impact on surrounding communities of ours and the impact on Lee County will also affect us. Because if Lee County has to make service cuts, many of those will also affect Fort Myers Beach. So just something to consider.
Will, can I ask you a question about
Please.
that? Would you expect that if we do have an impact, like you anticipate we could, would we have to make that up with a millage increase? Or, we've got to get money somewhere, right? Or is that still to be determined?
To be determined, Councilor Link. I really want to take time to fully digest whatever that is. And even if, I think we're going to be moving forward with our budget for FY27 before that anyway.
So we will assume that it's
So,
not going to happen. Is
Well,
that how we're
I won't,
prepared?
I will be prepared for, and I will work with the finance director and the staff to make sure that we're discussing that during the budget hearings with all of you. So you understand how
Well, it
we're
wouldn't
going
go into
to
effect till
prepare.
2027.
It wouldn't
anyway,
go into effect till 2027.
Assuming it
Um,
passes the
Assuming,
referendum.
and if the numbers that I'm giving you are if it goes into effect the way the governor is proposing it, which is a progressive increase up to 250,000 from
Right. So it wouldn't be
50,000, which it
250
is
the
now,
first year, it's-
to 250.
No, that's not how I read it. I read it would be if it gets passed the way the budget or the governor is proposing it now, it would be 250 day one.
I'm sorry,
And
you're-
then it would go up to 500.
You're correct. That's right.
I thought
Mr. Mayor.
150 was in there at the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So maybe it got changed.
250 is what I read.
Yeah, so-
But again, that's how much it can change
Yes.
between.
Well, and what we do know, what the Florida League of Cities and the FCCMA councils did discuss during that hearing was there will be this afternoon, tomorrow, the next week, there will be proposals and counter proposals. And that's why, I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but I definitely wanted to start working with staff to think about. So we're providing all of you with the best advice going forward. And like the mayor said, it won't go into effect immediately. There will be time, even if it passes in November.
We'll let you and Joe worry about that for now.
Yeah, well, and that we will. Next, Education Freedom Foundation donation. So as part of the beach school planning process moving forward, we continue with parallel tracks here. I continue to work with our town attorney on the draft ILA that the school board sent over to us. We continue to work through that, and we'll our counters back to the school district. More to follow on that for all of you. But at the same time, the other parallel track we're working is the application process and how we're going to do that. The Education Freedom Foundation graciously has offered to donate their services to us to help us with the application process. So the estimated value of those pro bono services is about $18,000. So what I'm requesting right now today, Mr. Mayor and Council, is that requesting consensus to accept that $18,000 in value donation from the council. Nancy, is this okay way for me to ask for that? Like our
Yes, so
donation
if you
policy?
recall, we recently adopted a donation policy, and anything that was over $10,000 before it was accepted by the town would have to be brought to the town council for acceptance. I don't have it in front of me, but there were some criteria as far as if there's like a reoccurring cost or anything like that. But I'm sure, Will, you looked at it and there
Correct.
is no adverse impact on the town by accepting it.
Not at all. Yes, we looked at that very closely, and this will be very helpful to us. They have assisted many communities with their charter school applications, and so we're appreciative of their support. Just asking for consensus.
I
from the
consent.
council.
Get my approval.
I do too.
Same here.
Thank you all very much. And then I mentioned the ILA. On the school thing too, myself and the deputy will be meeting with the Island School, the Boca Grande Charter School. We will be meeting with the leaders of that school, try and gain as much information and knowledge as we can from them as we move forward. And finally, I'd like to say, thank you to Lee County, two aspects. Thank you to Lee County Sheriff's Office for the tremendous support they've provided us over the holiday from a week ago, but also throughout this week and even throughout this afternoon, being the last day of school. It was a half day today, and so we did expect possible influx onto the island. And I will say that Lee County Sheriff's Office has gone above and beyond, even beyond what we normally ask for them in services, and haven't asked. In many cases, they've done it through just as good partners and not asking anything additional from the town. So I'd like to thank them for that. And Lee County I don't know if everybody has noticed, Lee Crescent Park is coming along nicely, really looking good. So really appreciate the county and their contractors for moving forward with that project. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Town attorney items.
Just a quick reminder that in your emails, you probably have received notice from the Commission on Ethics reminding you that the Form 1 deadline is coming up in July 1st. So I think they sent that out today. So just to make you aware of that.
Thank you for the reminder. The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Council member items and reports. Councilor McLean.
The only thing I have to report is that I'll be meeting with Nancy and Amy to review the handbook for for all the committees that we have. So we hopefully will be moving that forward, and you guys will have something to look at soon.
Very good. Councilor Link.
I look forward to that, John. I'll take this time to say that I am going to run for reelection, the Form 1. I completed mine, and now you have to do yours.
Vice Mayor Safford.
I did mine already.
Look at you.
A couple months ago.
Check.
Yes, just a reminder, I'd like permission to, on the June 15th meeting, Zoom in, please.
Fine by me.
Concur.
Councilor King.
You touched on it earlier, and I'll just put my 2 cents in. Thanks to Representative Botana for being here last Thursday. Don't always agree with everything the representative brings forth, but I don't agree with my wife on everything either, and she doesn't agree with me. The representative has done a great job for this town. Especially got to meet with him in January when I was up there with the Florida League of Cities, lobbied on behalf of the town for the little over $500,000 we wanted for a couple of projects. Again, our asks weren't very big. He got them in the budget. It's up to now. Hopefully the governor does sign it and doesn't veto our asks. So thanks for that. And thanks to TPI, Mary and Tom Torgerson, and Dawn and Brian Thomas for putting that together. Also, I'd mentioned previously, and I'll reiterate, the Lee County Metropolitan Planning Organization has a Citizens Advisory Committee. The CAC members make recommendations to the MPO board about the project priorities for state and federal funding and FDOT's 5-year work program, proposed long-range transportation plans, project plans, program plans, and other transportation issues. The CAC usually meets the first Thursday of each month in Cape Coral. We do have a seat for Fort Myers Beach on that advisory committee. If you're interested, I believe it's applications to Amy. So thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, John. I just have a couple of quick things. One, is there a way we can get back before the storm? A couple times a year, Lee County would come in and you could bring paint and batteries and recyclable stuff that you wouldn't have to normally go way out there. It'd be nice to see if we could get that back on the schedule to allow Islanders to be able to.
I think North has worked.
I believe we do have
Oh,
something
okay, they
scheduled.
must have
Chad,
missed it.
do you have that date handy? We'll definitely get it out soon if you can't pull it up.
nice.
Okay. There is one scheduled in the, I think
Oh,
at the
good.
end of summer, I think it's August. But
August?
yes, we'll get that published.
Perfect.
In addition to that, while we were hearing during the water about not putting your pills, is that something they do at that same time, or
Usually
Is
it's
that something we
anything
could look at?
toxic, any type of batteries.
your
any kind of
medications, I should say?
Paint.
I know that most pharmacies, I know Walmart and I know most pharmacies
nice.
have a drop bin for unused medicines and stuff. But we can check on to see if
Thank
that'll
you.
be something they can do there.
Thank you. And then the other thing I had, speaking of the school, I had the conversation with Will, and then today I had it with Nancy, but it's something I should have probably brought up here before. When we're talking about the school and we're talking about a lot about how we're going to pay for it, one of the things I had an idea for is I would like to have staff go back, if council's okay with it, we could bring it forward on an MMP and discuss it. When we increased the parking fee from $3 to $5, that $2 was going to go to something. And if memory serves me, it had something to do with short-term rentals. It was done quite a while ago. So, but I'd like to have the research done. If that isn't earmarked through a specific fund that has to go to, would it make sense to take that already allocated funding, if it's just sitting there not being used for something else, and reappropriate it to help offset what the school would cost to operate, should it be a charter school, and what that would be, how that would impact. I know there's a lot of things in the air, but to me, that seemed like something that would be a low-hanging fruit that we could look at that's already been in place. It wouldn't be adding any more fees to anything, as long as it's not detrimental to something else that it's being used for. So if everybody's okay with having that discussion, I'd like to add it to one of the upcoming MMPs to see what that financially would look like, and have a chance to go back for staff to look at what the discussion was about, why that was increased.
I also remember having a discussion with Keith Wilkins when he was here. At the time, then there was $100,000 in the short-term rental that we were holding. I don't remember exactly why we hold that.
Yeah, because it was.
And we talked at that time about a possibility of steering that towards a school if we needed to come up with that.
If everybody's okay with it, I'd like to
Yes.
have that discussion to see, one, how much money that would be on average, and how that would take potentially away from something else if it's not being spent. It's just a lot of information that's out there. To me, it seems like a pretty easy transition of something that's already there. Are we okay with that? Okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize, I didn't bring it up here and talk to them about it beforehand, but I think it's something that everybody should have an input on.
Or Mayor, it may even be funding that can go towards helping the application get done. I'm not sure that 18,000 is, the full scope of it, but those things can be pretty hefty.
Sure. I mean, however it
Is
works
that
out, I mean,
possible?
however that funding can go to that specific cause,
Right.
There
may be money needed in preparation of applying.
And I know a lot of things are going to change, obviously, between the bridge loan and how that goes, and what you can and can't do with some of the money that's there that we have to hold here, and that frees things up. So there's a lot of different things that are going to go into it, but it's
Good thing
something
to
to at least start
discuss.
looking at, and how that would have an impact. I mean, I would love nothing more than to say, the bridge loan's forgiven. Now that frees up what we can do. And this money now can be appropriated in perpetuity to make sure the beach school can be successful. So in a perfect world, that would be fantastic. That's all I have. There's nothing else?
I did neglect, forgot, after Thursday's MMP meeting, I'll be heading over to the East Coast to do some Florida League of Cities Board of Directors work there. So just wanted to put that out on the table. And with that, I'm reminded of something four lads from Liverpool used to sing. It's so wonderful to be here. It's certainly a thrill. You're such a lovely audience. We'd like to take you home with us. We'd love to take you home. And with that, we'll move to adjourn.
Any objection? We are adjourned at 2:03.